I'd be ready.
Double unmute, and we're live with D&D.
Yay.
Which, on our flyer, of course, I just put to be named because we don't have a campaign or a group name yet. I'm sure it will appear within the next few sessions. I'm also planning on eventually replacing that banner as the starting soon with a slideshow of character portraits, because that sounds fun.
I mean, I already have a suggestion for campaign name real quick.
Oh yeah? How already? We have no theme yet.
We
Soul
don't have
Fire.
anything. But why? We don't know what's happening.
Right? You guys have no connection to each other, and Kaz is like, what if we're just the Snickers? Wouldn't that be so cool?
Soul Fire.
Soulfire, because you're the only one who doesn't have a soul. But you do have fire.
Well, I was more suggesting Soul Fire for the reason of you being the DM who loves doing this shit because it's a burning passion of yours, and it's part of the first of your
arch passion. It's
There you
not
go.
about torturing the players for my own maniacal enjoyment. Don't worry, everything is always happy in my campaign and nothing goes bad. Ever.
Ever.
People have often asked me, they're like, do you just hate your players? And I said, no, they hate themselves. It's not my fault I make the decisions they make. I just come up with the consequences. And I'll warn you, Kaz,
Great.
natural ones are natural ones. In the beginning, I will bend things a little bit because, you know, if someone has really bad luck and they're always rolling natural ones, and you get a natural one on your first death saving throw, maybe I'll come up with some random out-of-pocket excuse on why you don't die. Just because it'd be really shitty if, like, you happen to go down the first session and then it's like, bam, you die, new character. I don't like that.
Damn.
So I'll
I don't like
change
that
things
either.
a little bit in the beginning, but it hits a certain point where it becomes no holds barred, and if you fuck up, you fuck up. Like, once I know that you're comfortable and you understand consequences of actions and how they work in D&D, then I say, well, when you fuck up. As the saying always goes for my campaigns, and the message my players always like to teach new players is, fuck around and find out. D&D is a living world, and you can't expect to fuck with someone and them to not fuck with you back. I also am a enjoyer of long-time karma. So if you do something terrible in the beginning, guarantee you, whoever you did it to might resurface later in the campaign. You never know. That little gnome kid that you, like, kick or whatever in the starting town, like, little do you know, when you hit level 20, he's gonna show up as, like, a level 23 archwizard and murder you. And it will
So
be
you're telling me if I
spectacular.
punt a gnome child like a fucking football and get a
He'll be
field
back.
goal, and then pick him up and slam him into the ground, leaving him almost dead, he's gonna come back and hunt my ass down.
Oh yes, and some people have said, okay, well then, you know, we'll just make sure the people we piss off are dead. Well, I have news for you. There's a spell called Resurrection, and necromancers are a thing. They,
Or,
my
you
last
know,
party...
be the cool guy and be nice to the people we encounter, and then gain a shit ton of allies.
Right, exactly. And
then
love...
piss off other people.
Networking friends is very big. And like I explained to Kite, I think, when I was making this town, I unintentionally made like 9 NPCs that could join your party, potentially. And it wasn't until I was done making all the NPCs in town that I was like, oh, I might regret this. Like, you're not gonna leave town. You're gonna become town. Town is with you at all times.
Live.
Max, thank you for that sub, you goblin. Don't worry, you're a good goblin.
Isn't he a gnome?
Yes. Yes, he
Yes,
is.
the
He is
gnome.
your arch enemy.
I am the gnome.
By the way, gnomes and kobolds feud. Max?
They do not get along naturally.
They do not get along because the playful nature of gnomes does not meet well with the somehow serious nature of the kobolds.
They're very industrious.
When you fuck up their work shift, they are not okay.
Okay, if they start arguing or getting into fights, I'll just pick them both up and slam their heads together like little fucking children.
See, they're both tiny, and the thing about their fights is they generally only happen because kobolds don't like pranks and gnomes love pranks. So they'll solve it themselves very fast, and it generally ends up with one stabbing the other. It's not a murderous stab, it's a please shut up stab. You know, one stab is all it takes.
Or I can pick them both up by the shirt collar, hold them there, and then shake them like a baby.
The weird thing is that Kite's character is somehow smaller than a gnome.
Also, chat, don't shake a baby. That's
yes,
bad.
chat. Disclaimer, no violencing children. Like gnome children, don't kick them, because social experimentation is bad.
Uno momento. I'm swapping my headset battery. I just noticed it's super low.
You're good.
Okay.
I am double checking over my opening speech, if you will. Also, stream, if music is a little too loud and you can't hear anybody, let me know.
Zoltar is green light.
I'm gonna turn Kite and Kaz up a little bit. Just to make sure.
Testing sound and
Kite, you
more
just have
sound.
like a soft voice. So I'm trying to make sure.
I'm going to attempt to have a different voice for when I'm voicing hard, but it's not going to be easy. I've never played a character like this before. Normally,
yes.
I just speak
Don't
normally.
worry, I don't expect you to have the spurt voice. Where he just runs out and he's like, "You die!" Like, I don't expect you to go that octave.
You're right.
Berserker, could you speak real
It's
quick?
okay. Horror sounds a little bit different
Testing
than
1, 2.
Bird anyway.
This is me talking. Testing
Okay,
1,
thank
2.
you.
I actually am gonna turn both Max and Kaz up to 140.
I'm sorry that I'm very quiet.
No, don't worry,
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll get louder once we get into it.
Praying it no.
what is great done.
Also,
He's like,
stream
can I influence the game with
sound,
channel points?
at least for my stream, I don't know about Kaz's, but for my stream, sound alerts will not work during D&D streams.
Yes, I've
Um,
disabled all my channel point redeems.
Because sound alerts and stuff like that are disruptive. Redemptions will probably pop up on the screen, but that's okay, the screen doesn't really matter.
Only thing my chat can do is head pat me right now.
But no sound alerts will be played, that way we don't have any interruptions. Of course, we're generally going to try to begin at 8 p.m. EST every Friday, as long as there's no crash and burning total TPK, because that would be horrendous.
Oh no.
At about 10 p.m. EST on normal days, maybe a bit later today because we're running behind. We'll take a 15-minute break for people to bathroom, snack, drink, whatever. I also personally won't be reading and responding to chat a lot because my focus is going to be D&D. However,
yeah, same.
chat will still be moderated, so that is not an excuse to fuck around and find out, because fuck around and find out. But we're here. We will still be reading things, I'm sure. We're just trying not to break any concentration on the game. That way we have full enjoyment, and it's fun and entertaining for everybody, because it's just as entertaining for us to be immersed as it will be for you to experience us being immersed in the story.
Yeah.
So, you know, sit back, have your snickety snacks and your drinks, and prepare for immense fuckery. And now let me begin my beautiful, wonderful beginning speech. So, D&D, at its core, is about the story. Stories of marvelous heroes across marvelous worlds fighting sinister enemies. This story takes place on one of many worlds, being named Trianfell. Trianfell has a rich history from its chaotic and primordial beginnings, where elements reigned supreme, to the Forerunner race and their unmatched expertise in invention and arcana, all the way to the ancient times where the gods arrived and warred with the Forerunners, landing themselves banished beyond the material plane by a Forerunner force field, with their children, the races of mankind, victorious even in their distance. We, in our story, will focus even further on the continent of Shan Shalai, a northeastern continent besides many others. This continent has a history even more rich than the world itself, from trifling battles of tribes and arriving paladins all the way to the calamitous battle of the Nine Bloods, which sundered much of the continent, separating vast empires and making it one of the few continents still ripe and raw with chaotic magic. Our story does not begin in the ancient and corrupt houses of the Uladane Empire, the chapels of the pious zealots stand, the cherry wood shrines in the plains of Euthymia, or even the scrap foundries at the Legs. Our story begins in Jastapur, the Bastion, a haven for mankind in a foggy seaside port town named Sychor, after the great scholar. For lore goblins, the year is 3067 PC, or post-calamities, also referred to sometimes as AC, after calamities. Specifically, the 6th day of the 4th cycle, being early to midsummer. Like any other day in Sychor, the sky is gray and heavy rain falls from the sky, drowning out the sounds of cartwheels at the markets of the Boresian Plaza and the sounds of crews docking their ships amongst 100 others at the dock of Ivan. The smell of smog permeates from a cloud of black smoke which trails off from the Grinaghan Silvers and Steels foundry, mixing violently with the smell of cinnamon and fruit tarts from the Cinnaminson's bakery. A perpetual shroud of insidious fog hangs just beyond the borders of the town, held at bay by the purple fogfire lanterns that hang from the guild halls which encircle the town. Our story begins with a ship coming to dock, known as the Sundered Trinket. Not exactly a very wealthy ship, but a fisherman's kind of mercantile ship in its own. Har and Zoltar, you both stand at the prow of the ship as it comes into dock at the dock of Ivan. The dock of Ivan itself is a massive spiderweb-like network of stone docks, home to hundreds of ships, ranging from naval, military vessels, all the way to merchant vessels. And it's odd because here, you can sort of see the market that is the central plaza of the town, but it seems kind of mirror to that is a market entirely in its own at the docks. All kinds of merchant ships are docked and set up with pavilions and things built straight on the top of their ship, with people walking on board, buying things, and walking back into town. This ship is small, it has a small crew, and it comes from humble beginnings back in Gastwater where you've arrived from. It pulls up along the dock, piercing through the heavy rain and light mist from the ocean, not to be confused with the maddening fog that hangs outside the city. You can see the creaking purple fogfire lantern at the front of the ship held aloft by a fish's mouth. And the captain of the ship, a hunched-over elderly man with leathery skin, lays down an old, kind of rotted plank for you guys to get off. As you do take in the air and step off, Har, we'll start with you. If you would describe yourself, what you look like, and how you kind of react to entering Sychor in the first place.
Alright, so Har is a kobold. He is red, and he's pretty short, standing at about 2 feet 3 inches, but kind of around the average height for kobold. He weighs about 44 pounds. He's kind of built like fairly like stout for compared to the average kobold, given the work he does. He's got kind of a rounded face with a short pointed snout. He has horns pointed back a slightly outward angle, darker shades of red at the edges of his horns and claws. He's got small pointed edges at his face, a bit of white coloring on his chest belly area, as well as inner parts of his arms and legs, with some light marbling and darker red coloring on the outer parts of his body and tail. He's wearing scale armor, scale mail, on his torso and outward-facing sections of his arms and legs, and none really on his feet to remain mobile. And upon looking out and seeing this fog, he's very curious. He hasn't been in a place like this, quite like this before, so he's just kind of looking around and getting his a feel for his surroundings and people, because he's very curious about seeing new things and finding discoveries and potential things to continue crafting.
Alrighty, and following behind Har as they step down the plank, Zoltar, would you describe yourself and also your kind of reaction to the environment?
I'm a little nervous, sorry. Zoltar is 5'8", 337 pounds, I think it was. Very heavy. He has a very faded cyan glow for his eyes. Very rusted and very aged to the elements. Has a very meager but jagged walk in his steps as he moves down. Has very odd stutters once in a while as he leans forward, observing the area as he bows down to the captain, thanking him for the ride.
It's my pleasure. Now get off my ship. He kind of just nods back at you and moves up towards the wheel. And as you step down the plank, I mean, it's rotted. Under your weight, the hunk of metal that you are, it just kind of folds in on itself into the water. The captain doesn't look too upset, but you find yourselves sitting on kind of a far-reaching branch of the Dock Viven, and it does appear just a little ways down there is a person dressed in probably guild colors. Specifically, let me find these for you real fast. Sorts of greens and browns with a feathered hat, and he has a clipboard. He has a little charcoal pencil, and it seems that he is jotting into a book the documentation of everyone who enters and exits, and is kind of keeping track of the intake. He takes notice of the two of you, and he calls you forward to him, waving his hand.
Ahar, noticing this, will walk over.
Alrighty, so we've got a kobold, and you are... And he looks at you, Zoltar, and he's like...
Zoltar turns to his left and his right, pointing at himself.
Yeah, you,
Me?
come out with it, what are you?
Warforged.
Okay, human wearing plate armor. And your business here is?
Immigration?
Okay, immigration. Are you married?
No.
Not married. No, that's a shame. I'll have to process you separately. And, of course, you do have your CITLs, correct? I'd like to see those.
What now?
Your CITLs, Cross Imperial Transportation License. You have that, right?
I must have left it on the ship.
And you, little
Turns
kobold?
around.
Har, slightly distracted from looking at Zoltar himself, having never seen a creature of that, having many thoughts of he's seeing what is in his mind effectively living, what appears to be living ore slash rock. He's just like he's kind of snapped back into snap when he's called out to by the young men. He goes, huh?
You got the CITL, friend? I'm gonna need you to show me your CITL so I can let you in.
CITL. What? What be CITL?
Cross Imperial Transportation License. You got the documentation or no?
Let Har check. And Har takes out his bag and starts ruffling through it and looking through all sorts of random things.
The eyes of the guy squint down at you, and he goes, "Well, it requires a CITL to enter, and it seems we can go ahead and cross off the CIT, and you've only got the L. So make like an L and turn around and get aboard that ship, and that can ferry you back on your way home." And at that time, you see a shorter young man, human probably, younger, probably in the late teens, 16 area, dressed in a white tunic, white pants, with a blue sash across his chest, that has a little pendant in it of a platinum dove. And their face is like gentle, short brown hair, blue eyes, though definitely weathered skin that says they probably run around outside a lot. And they run up and they start whispering with a cupped hand into the ear of the man taking your intake, or rather, putting you to the outtake. If either of you would like to roll a perception check to try to listen in, you may.
I would like to roll perception.
Har can roll perception while he's still digging through things. He's not quite sure what he wants to bring out, but he can like hear that a bit. Let's see, 20. Hello, D20.
I have rolled a 16.
How the hell did my die land on its side? One moment.
Do you have to reroll?
Yes.
We've already started with a cocked dice. Let's
Natural
go.
20. Well, I guess
Natural 20.
I'll take it.
So, Zoltar, you kind of listen in with your less than tuned systems, and you hear him say something about you being here for Mother Taraya. Har, you would hear the boy whisper into his ear that you are guests of Mother Taraya in the Order of the Seven, and that it is business of the Empire. And so the man kind of nods, looks kind of disappointed that he wasn't able to just send you away, and he steps aside and goes, "On your way then."
Har looks up and goes, "Huh? No, CT thing."
The boy, he waves to you and he's like, "Well, come on then. Business as is."
Okay, and then Har starts hastily
he
putting
just to make
everything
sure you
away.
understand, he gives you a very obvious wink.
Har see. One moment, and Har starts shoving everything back into his backpack.
You had the dumps purse out on car moment.
Yes. And now he's
Wonderful.
hastily putting everything back in.
And Zoltar, the boy, kind of waves at you too, and he's like, "Well, let's go. Come on, don't want to be late."
Zoltar shrugs slightly, adjusting his servos, getting ready to walk a long journey, following behind the boy.
And he starts leading you through the general main streets of Sychor. You are passing by, all kinds of people that are traveling about. It's heavy, heavy rain. Everybody but the two of you has some sort of parasol-type device to keep the rain off of them, or is covering with some sort of a heavy cloak. There is, all kinds of businesses and buildings that you're passing by. He seems to be leading you directly to the Boresian Plaza, the center of town. Now, Warder, our wonderful gnome friend. Are you here with us right now? Max, that's you.
Burzler.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
You
I'm tired.
have just finished a decent breakfast at the Ogre's Respite, a wonderful 3-story kind of inn tavern, where you and Barius have been staying for the last week or so, kind of off of your last pennies, if it were. And when you're finishing your meal, and you're just about to stand up and go about your business, another young adult shows up, and he walks up to you. He similarly has white tunic, white pants, blue sash with a platinum dove, but he has short, kind of orange-red hair and green eyes. And he says, Mister, would you be Warder Cobbleout, here with Mr. Barrys?
I apologize, I'm tired. I'm trying.
It's okay.
You
take your
don't
time.
have to do a voice if you're not ultra comfortable with it.
I'm not ultra comfortable tonight.
You're good.
I'm trying to get through it.
Well, how about this? Before we get into answering, would you like to describe what Warder Cobbleout and his many pets look like at the breakfast table?
My word Kavalov is a rock gnome. I have around 4 or so pets. I am the animal handler of the group. And I'm trying to find my stuff real quick because I have it up. But there it is. Alright. I have Galveston, which is my large beast.
Horse.
Yes, which is a horse. And then I have Burgle the Jelly, which is the tiny ooze. And then Chaos, which is a medium fey. And then done a
Blinkhound
tiny
Tucky.
dragon. Yes.
And then your wonderful pseudo-dragon, yes. And what does Warder himself look like in all of his rock gnome majesty?
Small, somebody who doesn't want to be messed with and likes to take things.
I
That's
believe
fine.
he has like some ragged, greasy black hair,
Yes.
kind of shodden clothes meant to be limber.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks to you and he says, well, Mr. Warder, Mother Taraya in the Boresian Plaza is asking for you and Barrys if you would come along with me.
Okay.
You would know in your time here that Mother Taraya, though she's not exactly highest in the economic class, is probably the most respected citizen in all of Sychor. She is, let me find the proper term. She is what's called a peasant's priest, because she doesn't really work in a temple building. She doesn't work under any sort of budget. She kind of lives off of the hospitality of people who literally just give her money. And she is both a healer and the sort of religious leader of the town. She is the main caretaker of the statues of the Seven, which are statues of the 7 heroes from the Calamities, which have kind of gained a godlike presence in religion and society here in the Bastion. And being called by her is definitely interesting because she's not known to really outsource any sort of business. If you come to her, you come to her, but she'll never come to you for anything. She's never going to come ask you for money or try to talk to you about, the religion. People go to her for help or guidance or whatever they need, and that's just how it goes. So if she's calling for you, it's probably serious, or at least she thinks she can help you in some way. follow the boy, there are, you would know, these people are referred to as doves. They're sort of messengers for the Order of the Seven, which is the kind of government, the guild, really, the government that runs the Bastion as a whole.
Which is the way to send. Alright.
Will you be following the dove?
I will be following the dove, yes.
Okay. And we will account for our friend Barius later. Sadly, they couldn't make it to the session on time. Hopefully they will be joining us midway through. If not, that's alright. We're just going to keep them kind of in the back pocket and introduce them whenever works out best. So, Har and Zoltar, you guys are brought into the Boresian Plaza. The Boresian Plaza is a massive stone platform built of interlocking polished slate pieces, like puzzle pieces, in these sort of massive rings, getting smaller and smaller as they go in. What you can kind of see here is that there's no major temple, but the temple, quote, is a series of tents and kind of makeshift construct around these 7 central statues, which frame a large fountain. Each of these statues has a sort of altar at them, and they also have massive braziers of that purple flame called fogfire. You can see the outer rings are full of market stalls and the sort of business of the area. Where you're headed is directly for the center. And you're brought to, it's not exactly easily described as a tent, because it's pretty much just a tarp between 2 wooden kind of battlements to create a sheltered area for Mother Taraya, who, of course, you can see there cleaning some of the slate on the ground with just a rag. She is a beautiful elderly woman. She has beautiful dark skin and gray hair, which is pulled up into a sort of top knot, which then trails down in a braid down most of her back. She's dressed in gray robes with gray vestments over them, and the only kind of marking that signifies her as a priest of the 7 is 7 gold bars that go up the vestments, like gold lines. As you walk up, she immediately kind of stands up, holding her back from being bent down so long. She looks to the dove and she says, "Thank you for bringing them here. That is all I'll need. You can get back to your rest now." He nods and he walks off. And she scratches her head and she kind of looks around. There should be 2 more on their way shortly, I hope. I hope the journey has been kind to the 2 of you.
Har, slightly distracted previously from looking around the sites and all the different structures around, looks towards Mother Taraya and looks up to greet her and says, Har, thanks for helping with arrival."
Well, that's no problem, really. The guilds get really stuffy, but I was thinking, I help you, you help me. It's a good deal. I'm kind of, elderly, as you can see. And there's a bit of an errand I need ran that I can't run myself. So, perhaps in exchange for me kind of helping you get in and maybe a little bit of coin, you could help me out?
Har thinks for a moment. Fair trade. What would... And he thinks for a moment how to pronounce her name. What he thinks for a bit. What would have us do to help, to repay?
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Let me just make sure everybody's here first. And at that point, you can see one Werder Cobbleob walk up next to you guys. And she kind of looks you up and down, Har, and at Werder and Zoltar, you too. She kind of, when she gets to Zoltar, she squints. Not in a rude way, but like a, wow, you're pretty peculiar kind of way. Well, there's 3 of you. There should be 4. And the dove says something to her, and she... Okay, well, that's okay. We can get to him in a little while. Perhaps in the next few days. So, the 3 of you... I have a sort of errand that needs run. And... generally, I realize that people appreciate gold. Is that a proper assumption?
Gold, good. Hard like gold. Shiny.
Zoltar has no need for gold.
Spending monies?
No. No spending monies.
Oh, well, if you would rather go back on down to Gastwater, I suppose you can do as you please.
Zoltar only needs refuge and safety.
Well, you can use the bastions I can give you for this errand to buy yourself a room, perhaps?
Acceptable.
And Warder, of course, we both know that you and Barrius are trying to get yourselves settled in, so hopefully this could help you get a little bit more comfortable for helping an old lady out. Short story short, I was waiting for a bit of a delivery from a friend. A silver box. It's a sacred item. Silver platinum color. It's a chest about 1.5 feet long, half as much wide and tall. Has a weird octagonal latch to it. It was on a ship on its way here, but I've just received news that the ship has sadly wrecked down the shore somewhere, or perhaps in transit here. And if all of you would be so kind as to take my fogfire lantern and go look for my box, I could pay you, we'll say, 5 gold each. 5 bastions, truly. And the order will happily pay you all. Let's see. How much did they exactly say? 100 bastions each, if you can bring the box to me.
Har hears of a mention of a silver box and getting paid for retrieving it, and he looks very content right now and like nods his head up and down. Yes, sounds fair.
So she kind of points in a direction and she says, it should have washed up along that way, and it might not have, but if you would go take a stroll and kind of look for it, and I'll pay you just for the walk, but if you can bring it back, I will happily pay for you in its weight in bastions. Does that sound alright with the 3 of you?
I think that sounds fair. Although I'm not quite sure if I could handle myself in combat. I've never been into a fight before.
Oh, there should be no combat. It's just a nice little beach stroll. Nothing to worry about there, I'd hope. Just make sure you guys carry the lantern with you, because if you were to lose that and get caught in the fog, I'm afraid something bad could happen.
Fog bad.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I guess.
The 7 are here to protect you from it. And she holds out to the party this intricate lantern. It's actually made mostly of marble, kind of like a hanging brazier bowl in a jagged kind of cup shape with a metal handle to it. And there is a burning purple flame inside. which, oddly enough, doesn't really give off heat, just light. Here you go. Just make sure one of you carries this and you guys kind of stick together and you'll be perfectly safe from the fog.
Yes, Har, go with Cob and Metal Man.
Metal Man has a name, you know. Zoltar crosses his arms, looking down on the small one.
The metal creak sounds.
How name again?
Zoltar. You may call me Zoltar.
Zoltar. Zoltar.
There you go. And your name is...
Har.
One more time again?
Har.
Har. Okay. Well, Har, how fast are you at travel?
Har. Decent, fast for size.
Okay. Zoltar would suggest openly opening both of his hands, lowering one down towards Har's height, and the other reaching out towards the lantern. I suggest you ride on my shoulder while I hold the lantern.
Har hears this and the offer of getting a ride and also getting a closer look at what in his eyes is like a giant, a living being made of ore. This fascinates him greatly. So he would love. He like nods his head because he would love to get a closer look at this being he's never encountered before. So he just kind of like nods his head in agreement.
Oh, and silly me, here, you guys can have 5 bastions each now, just in case you want to buy any snacks or drinks for the trip. And she hands the 3 of you each 5 bastions. Also, for chat, who doesn't have access for our info page, in Jastapur, bastions are another name for gold pieces.
+5 bastions.
Which, in a place like this, you guys would know, is enough to buy yourself, at least if you're on your own, in a tavern in a town like this, maybe even 5 nights worth of stay, if you don't consider food. Considering food and drink, this is like 3 days worth of food and drink and a room. So it is pretty decent pay to go on a walk.
Har looks back towards Mother Taraya and said, "Thank kind lady. Look for box."
You're welcome, and remember, it's made of platinum. It's about 1.5 feet long, half as much wide and tall. It has an octagonal shape in the latch. Remember, it is a sacred holy item, so do try to be careful with it.
Zoltar tilts his head sideways. Do you find platinum?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you find platinum?
You know, the
Har.
metal, it's made of platinum metal.
Describe metal color.
It's kind of a gray silver.
Input directive.
Though, of course, it's been on the beach, so it might just be covered in sand and sand colored right now. I'm not sure, really.
I now know what the box looks like. Thank you.
Well, remember, snacks and drinks are important to a good walk. Don't want to get too thirsty out there. And
I have no need for sustenance.
that's actually quite cool. However, I'm gonna get to a nap, so you guys have a wonderful day. Please, you don't have to even get to it today. The sooner the better, I'd appreciate, but it means a lot. Thank you.
Har waves to Mother Taraya as she goes to take her nap.
Enjoy power cycle.
her nap, by the way, she doesn't have a bed. She just kind of pulls out a wet quilt from under her tarp, lays it out on the ground, and just lays down on it. Like, that's her bed.
Disgusting.
She's also not very clean. She's less clean than the surfaces she cleans. But yeah, where would you like to go? Would you like to explore a little bit, or are you going to try to head right to business? You've been given a little bit of money. The three of you are together now. If you'd like to peruse a little bit.
Har looks over to Zoltar and Wartor, and so look for a box or go shop.
I say we shall travel and look for the box.
I want to go look for the box as well.
Sorry, stream. I'm sure you can hear me shuffling through stuff. I'm digging out a book here. So you're going straight for... Oh, I didn't even have to dig for the book. It's in a different pile. You guys are going straight for the box. Is that correct? Or were you going shopping? I'm sorry.
Because she said it was nearby, right? It was like in a nearby
She said it was
shore.
down the shore. She didn't say exactly how far it might be.
She said it was a shipwreck.
Yeah, she said that the ship either wrecked near the shore down a ways or possibly in transit. And so the idea is that she's having you look for it. It might not even be there, but the hope is that she's paying you to look, and if you do find it, she'll pay you extra to bring it back. A lot extra.
Har thinks about it for a bit. So, Har, find shipwreck. Maybe find information on ship. Buy supply.
Actually, Har, now that you mention, I think we should go to the dock and ask if anyone knew what the ship's name was or if it had any logs. Surely
Also a good
someone would know
idea.
and it would have been here. It should have been on its way.
Har looks towards Wartor, and previously when he didn't really get a good look at him, but he realized he's a gnome, and doesn't say anything. He just kind of like silently acknowledges him, but he realizes he's in a pretty nice situation right now, considering what's happened. He kind of doesn't want to make things worse, so he's just kind of going to silently acknowledge that and just kind of not say anything outwardly towards Wartar right now.
So you guys are headed for the dock of Ivan?
Yes.
Yes.
Head to dock. Ask question.
I'm sorry, he's just so cute. You can't not adore that. Just don't get splatted.
No.
Don't end up like our dear...
Don't critical roll this.
Don't spurt it, please.
I don't want Har to get spurted. I don't want that to happen. No.
So you make your way towards the dock of Ivan, and now that you're kind of approaching it from a more hospitable view, next to the dock there is a series of stands, kind of like just covered desks, really. Each one has a banner on it, and there's a person at each one. They kind of look like guild-based, almost kiosks, really, for lack of a better phrase. And so one of them is surely the guild that manages the dock, but you're not necessarily sure off the top of your head which one that is. So the banners you have, there is one that is the icon is a carriage full of goods on an emerald banner framed with blue waves. There is one that has the insignia of the Boresian Plaza on black silk bordered with gold vines. There is one that is an oceanic bird depicted flying over farmland in kind of village homes. And then there is one that is the central symbol is an eye, kind of framed by fog on a black banner, with the very edge of the banner being pictography of kind of geometric ancient ruins.
Har, looking at these, sees the symbols and doesn't quite know what to make of them, but kind of decides to look around at the tables to see if he can find like what lies around, what's like on the tables, to kind of give him an idea of what, or like for the people at manning said tables to get an idea of where the docks might be, and maybe also keep an eye out for um, people who may have some materials he would be interested in, such as components or
make a
casting or.
perception check.
Okay. Hello, D20. Let's see. I haven't done this in a bit, so I just add my plus to it. So I rolled a 7. I have +5 perception, so that is 12.
Not bad. And this isn't very hard. It's right here in front of you. So you do notice that each one has an abbreviation on it. The first one is NMA, and that one seems to have a lot of scales and registries on it. Like there's a lot of paperwork that someone is going through, and there is sort of weighted kind of mercantile scales. The second one, the one with the Parisian Plaza symbol, is BTG, and that one has also a lot of documentation, but it seems to be kind of like single page licensing or something similar. And they have a map of the plaza up on their table with kind of zones on it, and it seems they're managing area and property on the plaza itself. There is the SLMA, which I forgot to mention. Their banner is a lighthouse on a stormy coast, surrounded by fog, and the eye of the lighthouse is a yellow gem. This one seems to have more like maps of the city, and they seem to be bothered with zoning out the city and working around with city property. Of course, there is then the SUTA, the one with the oceanic bird. This one seems to be the home of the CITL, and also has a registry of all taverns and inns within the bastion. They seem to also have a small little area where they're selling maps. And then finally you have the SEAER, the one whose symbol is an eye. And they are actually currently inspecting, someone is there at the desk talking to them, and there is a dirty kind of stone statuette that the person at the desk is inspecting. And next to them is a cart full of jars. And you, of all people, knowing spell components, know that in those jars there's a lot of different random odd things that are definitely used in magic.
Har sees the what wasn't it, SUTA? You said it has it seems to have maps of the seas around the area.
SUTA, not seas, not sea charts, but actual maps of the land region.
Oh, of the land region. Okay. Map the land.
The one with sea charts, if you look specifically for sea charts, would be the NMA.
Ah, yes. Okay, so the scales and registries table. Okay. So Har, looking throughout them, and looking throughout these, it turns towards the two and says, "Lots of stuff to buy. We should ask questions." Har look at component, and then Har like goes over towards where the table is, where that has jars lying around.
Okay. So you walk up
To
to the
give,
SEAER.
yeah, SCAER, where the person's looking at the stone statuette.
And the person there is kind of an overweight fellow with like long brown hair brought to the side in a weird kind of like side ponytail with a beret style hat, and he's wearing spectacles and examining the statuette, and he stops mid-pick and leans to the side, one eye kind of exposing itself to the side of the statuette, and he's looking at you. And he says, "Hey, little guy, what's your business here?"
Har here to stock up on item before looking for thing. What uh, what is statue at Har curious?
I'm sorry, friend. This isn't the mercantile district. If you're looking to buy things, you're going to want to head to the Boresian Plaza. These are guild stands. I'm with the... God, I have to say the name right. Sychor Exploration and Enlightenment Registry. These are artifacts we've recovered from ruins outside in the fog. I'm afraid I don't have anything I can sell to you. If you're looking for business with the guild, though, to sign on to some expeditions or gain membership, you're going to want to head to Temperance Row for the guild homes.
Okay. But if Har no buy, Har still curious about statue.
Well, to be frank, little friend, we don't know what it is yet. That's why I'm looking at it.
Har give look.
I'm afraid not.
Okay. Thank you for tell. Bye bye, and Har.
Sorry, and Harwood.
He said, "Thank you for tell." Bye bye. He just kind of like he's like so he's busy doing stuff. So he's just gonna kind of like leave him be to his statue.
Gotcha. Zoltar.
Yes.
A gentleman calls out to you. Let me make sure I have the right name and description here, because it would be ridiculous if I fucked this one up. This person is a very unique looking person. They have wild, bright red hair, which bolts out from under a sea captain's hat. They're wearing green plate armor-ish, as it's kind of bound in over blue-stained leather. And you can see at their belt is a massive jeweled falchion. He calls out to you and he says, "Hello there, are you looking for the Naval Mercantile Association?"
I'm actually looking for the one who goes through all of the inspections around here, who keeps tabs on who comes in and who leaves.
Well, if you're looking for people taking a peek at travel, that's going to be the Sychor United Travelers Association. But if you're looking at trips of like ship logs, that's us.
Ah, perfect. I was just looking for you guys. We've been tasked with looking for... Har, do you remember her name?
Is Har? Are you calling over to Har, who is like
Yes.
over?
Yes, he is.
Har like perks up a bit hearing his name. Kind lady Taraya, mother.
Yes, her, Mother Taraya. She's tasked us with finding a shipwreck. There was some cargo that was supposed to make it to port, and it, however, has not. We are to bring it to her.
You are looking for the Sunken Squalor, then? That's actually the ship's name, by the way, not a reference to it crashing, though I suppose that's a bit ironic. Well, I always find it nice to introduce myself before business, so... And he holds out his hand to you. I am Serkin Waveburn, ex-captain of a very mighty vessel, and the current owner of the Naval Mercantile Association here in Sychor. and I can hopefully help you.
It is quite the pleasure. My name is Zoltar.
Do you shake his hand?
Yes.
He does have a very firm, gentleman's kind of business handshake. And he pulls out what's basically like a file registry and starts flipping through pages. Sunken Squalor, and what is today's day? It's 4th cycle. Okay, here we are. And he pulls out the chart and pins it down on the table. So, it appears they are actually a bit behind on their delivery. That is correct. If what I'm seeing here is correct, they should be somewhere... If they've crashed or sunk, they would have likely washed up along here and here. And he points out the area kind of to you on the map. And it does seem to be in the same direction that Mother Taraya pointed out to you. You're not exactly sure of the scale of the map, but it couldn't be more than like a 3 or 4 hour walk to cover the whole like coast on that side.
Zoltar silently nods at the information. Anything I should worry about on my journey?
Well, I mean, besides the fog, which would love to murder you, there has been a little bit of an increase in activity in our less than friendly aquatic neighbors. So if you happen to see any angry fish people, feel free to exterminate them.
Fish.
I
Blockfish.
I don't recommend eating them, though. That could be bad. I mean, I guess if you're desperate.
Why could eating them be bad?
Because they eat people.
Oh.
And unless you're into, like, cannibalism, then I guess you don't really want to engorge yourself on that diet.
I don't think it would be cannibalism in my case.
Well, you don't really seem like the kind of fellow that eats too much.
I am not the kind of fellow who eats at all, really.
So you don't have to worry about it.
Har is, throughout this conversation, has just been like peeking from like over the edge of the table, just like looking at what he's been talking about.
He literally just reaches over and gives you a pat on the head. And he says, well, best of luck on your trip. If you ever need anything from Nama, you can find us in our guild home down on Temperance Row. We offer a membership, small fee, and if you do join us, you can get a pretty decent discount on any goods at the Dock of Ivan and on travel tickets all around. Just, in case you ever need to inquire.
Har, hearing this, goes, he's like, so ship missing, where last ship supposed to be? Maybe we get map mark.
I think your friend Zoltar has it all down there, buddy.
Yes,
Har looks
quite.
up to Zoltar. Okay.
Pardon my terrible memory, though, but what did you say your name was again?
My name?
Yes.
Oh, let the DM scroll up. My name is Sarshin Waveburn. I can copy-paste that into general chat for you guys if you want the proper spelling.
Please do.
Hooray.
Because
Spelling
I
is
spelled it
handy.
Sarshinwave.
I don't know if I told you this, Kaz, but I am notorious for impossible to spell names.
It's okay. We'll be sure to ask you if we need clarifications in the future on how to spell things. It will happen a lot, I imagine.
I definitely don't often pronounce my own names incorrect, so yes, he is Sarkeen Waveburn, ex-captain of the Scorching Blade, and current owner and manager of the Dock of Ivan. Fucking
Okay.
Kaz. I saw that.
I mean, you said you want new players to take notes, so I'm taking notes. Okay.
Notes
Also,
are good.
what race is Wartor again?
No.
Yeah,
No.
Order is a rock gnome. A filthy
I
little
am
greasy gobble man.
No.
Har spits on the ground. Now, Werder, are you going to be bringing along your pets on this journey, or have you left your horse and pets back at the inn?
I left them back.
Probably a safe bet.
Yes. it
Never
is
want to lose
probably
your
the
tiny
safest bet.
gelatinous slime out on the beach.
Hard.
Zoltar.
That sounds like a disaster.
Zoltar reaches his hand down back to Har. All right, little guy, mount up.
Roll out.
Autobots assemble and roll out.
Hard, on the other hand, has not put Gix, the little shock gecko, in a little cage at the side of his backpack away. He's just hanging around at the sides of the backpack everywhere Har goes.
The little wicker basket on his back.
Yeah.
Actually, faintly, Zoltar, you smell a little bit of smoke, and you do notice that there's a couple blackened spots in the wicker basket, and you just hear like a faint like zzz sound. There's no smoke or fire, but it smells a little bit.
Har, do you smell that?
Smell. What? And then he looks at. Oh, that Gix.
That.
Gix.
What is that?
Gix, small, shocky friend.
Small, shocky friend. Well, make sure small, shocky friend doesn't shock robot.
Har can give space. And then Har hops to the ground.
You broke his little kobold heart.
You
Okay, so
don't
where are
need
you
to give
guys?
space. Just make sure your shocky friend doesn't shock me. I'm
Har,
sure the
make-
basket's fine.
Har, Gix, shock what want. Har, not control too well. Best if keep small space. If worry about shock.
I'm not too worried about it. How big of a shock is it?
Very shock. Not as bad as if when two small shock friends, only one.
How many shock friends for lightning or thunder?
Two or more.
Okay, yeah, let's not be around that thing. I'm gonna take a couple of steps back. Zoltar frighteningly jumps back 2 feet.
Only one shock friend.
Okay. Whew. Anyways,
And then the
Shall we
EMP
head
bomb
out?
goes off. No. Yeah, so where are you guys headed? Are you headed for the market, or are you gonna head for the beach?
beach.
Or perhaps from here you can even see the Cinnaminson bakery, if you want to buy some tarts or something.
Did you say Cinnaminson bakery?
Cinnaminson.
Okay.
It's called the Cinnaminson bakery, specifically because it's now a franchise, the Sychor branch.
Fair enough.
You hear a Cinnaminson bakery, you said, nearby?
You can see it and smell it.
You see it? Har can smell the Cinnaminson bakery.
It smells like fresh apple fritters right about now.
Har is immediately going to notice this and Har smells good.
That's it. Har smells good.
Har smell good. And he starts walking towards
I
where he smells.
guess we could go shopping. Zoltar slouches forward, hunched back slightly as he starts to follow Har.
Har, you lead the way to Cinnaminson
Har
bakery.
just immediately starts walking towards Cinnaminson bakery.
Hooray!
You walk to Cinnaminson bakery, which is definitely a homey feeling bakery. It looks absolutely like a cottage and nothing quite like a store. The door is propped open and there's a big sign in the shape of a pumpkin that says in brown letters, the Cinnaminson Bakery, Sychor branch. It reeks of sweet rolls, fruity tarts, and fresh apple fritters right now. And walking inside, you are met with just warm light, the heat from many ovens, and the smell of candy and baked goods everywhere.
Har is very happy right now. Har likes the warmth, and he's very there's good smells everywhere. He's very, very happy to be in this building.
At a massive
Zoltar.
sort of... Oh, sorry. Continue.
I was gonna say, Zoltar, upon walking into the entrance of the bakery, feels it's too hot and immediately starts breaking a robo sweat of just feeling this is too hot, and so he waits outside.
I wonder, because you can't sweat, I wonder if you just condensate in the rain you've picked up on the inside.
Yeah.
All the fog has just been collecting.
You're just misting.
I'm just misting right now, so I just walk out like, let's not.
And there's like, I'm talking rock candy on a stick, like the good homemade kind, homemade taffies, and all kinds of hard candies, chocolates, and then just baked goods everywhere. And there's this massive L-shaped counter in the back, which separates the main kind of shopping area from the massive bakery section, where you can see a tall, furbolg woman at work. She has short gray fur and long, wavy brown hair coming down from her head. Her flat nose is a soft pink, and she has faded brown eyes. She wears dresses that really look like extended blouses, like something hand-sewn. And she turns around and she goes, "Oh, hey there! Can I help you?"
Hi, Har, smell good food. Har, give look.
Well, go ahead. I'm Gata Galwater, and this is my wonderful creation. We do wedding cakes, we do candies and baked goods, and for loyal customers, we even have a loyalty menu, secret menu only for the good guys. Go ahead and go shop, and I'll wait for you right here. If you got any special orders, let me know.
Har is looking around the shop. Out of curiosity, Berzer, has Warthar entered the building as well, or is he waiting outside with Zoltar?
I am waiting outside.
Waiting outside. Okay, so Har is just on his
Har-
own.
Har is
He's on his
free
own.
bird.
Har is just in here, just looking around, and gives a bit of a look, and he sees the rock candy. Rock?
Well,
And then
crystal's free to chew on, really, but sure.
Rock food?
Yeah, it's food.
And Har looks very interested in that, and Har sounds very interested in rock food. Har want try rock food. How
Well,
much rock
they're
food?
A tar apiece.
Tar piece. How much is a tar again?
A single copper.
Single copper. Har want buy bundle of rock food, and Har goes and buys 10 rock candies. He's very excited. He's very excited by the prospect of edible rocks. He loves
And they very
rock
much, they're
minerals.
painted with like food paint, like metallic food paint and stuff. They straight up look like ores and crystals. And these are no like tiny rock candies. I'm talking like 9-inch long sticks with
Yes.
big sugary crystals.
Har is very excited. He immediately Har take 10.
Okay, that'll be one. Let's see, 10 tars, and we're looking at. Ah, yes, 1 len.
Len. And he looking through what he has, and for the stuff we have. So it says we have gold and silver, and I
This will
think the
be 1
lens
silver.
yeah, 1 silver. I think he starts with 2 silver, so he's gonna take 1 silver piece and hand it to the lady.
And she bundles up in a nice little bag 10 of those candies for you and passes them over. And she also passes over this kind of heavy parchment card, which has a hole punched out of it. And she says, if you shop here 4 more times, you can get access to our secret menu.
Secret.
Oh yes, very secret. All kinds of special goods just for my friends.
Our friend, secret, tasty, rock. Thank tasty, and Har immediately takes 1 of the rocks and just starts tries to take a bite of it. Just like looking at it, he's like not used. He's used to seeing ore and like rocks, but he's never heard of like people eating rocks and ore. So he just like kind of sniffs it and just like take like a bite out of the tip of like the rocks on a stick.
And she actually reaches behind the counter and she says, oh wait, and why don't you take this to your friends out there? And she passes over the counter this little pouch of just circular chocolate tablets of like different flavors: strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, like not vanilla, but like white chocolate.
Thank you.
Of course.
And he puts those away.
Get on your way and have a nice day.
Har wish good day too. And Har is just eating the rock candy walks out of the store.
Zoltar, you just see Har walk out with a bundle of candy about half the size of him.
Oh, my lord, please don't tell me you spent all your money.
Rock, very affordable. 10
Oh.
pieces, 1 silvery piece.
Okay, and how much do you have left?
We given 5 gold shinies, and Har have some of own money.
Okay.
And Har hold the lady said give this to friends outside, and he holds out the chocolate pieces to Wartor and Zoltar. Har not know if Zoltar can eat chocolate, but Zahar have tasty rock, and he holds up like one of the rock candies to Zoltar.
I take a piece off the candy. This almost looks like actual ore.
It is quite
Are you
masterfully crafted.
Are you sure this isn't an actual piece of ore?
Rock taste, and like Har is like the he's like eating this while speaking, so he's like getting like chunks of the rock. Rock tasty. and then he gives 1, and then he turns to Wartor, and even though he's like hesitant about like him being a gnome, he doesn't know him, but also it is our mission, so he's gonna try and make nice, and he's gonna hold out chocolates and a rock candy to Wartor.
Zoltar examines more of the piece of crystal rock that he has, the candy piece, and slowly look at it a little bit closer, putting it just before his eyes before putting it into his mouth, slowly chewing.
It breaks them wonderfully like crystal, basically, but, you know, softer. Oddly enough, you can taste it.
You know what? This isn't that bad. I've not tried eating before, but this tastes good. I like this.
You don't know where it goes once it goes in, but it's in there somewhere now.
I thought Zoltar might enjoy rock.
Well, thank you, little buddy.
That's when you hear, "Kites for sale! Get your kites here! We got kites of blue and red and gray. We've got 'em in all shapes, circles, diamonds, dragons, and horses. Get your kites!" You there! And you see, pushing a cart down the road, is a man, a young kind of man, not too young, smoking a cob pipe, and he's got a heavy cloak and cap, and he points at you, Har, and he goes, "You want a kite, boy? We've got all kinds of kites."
And does he point towards Zoltar or
To you,
Har?
or specifically
Har.
to you. Mm-hmm.
What kite?
Dragon kite? You want a dragon kite? We got all kinds of dragon kites. Blue, red, green, white, orange, brown.
What kite do?
Fly.
Fly?
They're toys. They fly.
Har, curious. How much kite?
For a little guy like you, silver piece for a dragon.
Har is thinking about what he could do with something that fly. He sounds interested in something. What he can do with that. And Har, he's not quite as excited at the prospect of it initially as like food, but he's just thinking. He's thinking a moment and goes, okay, and he hands over his other silver piece to get it. He's Har sound interested, and he hands over a silver piece to get a kite.
Okay, I'm gonna send a picture to the general chat of what.
You have a picture of the kite.
Of the kite. I do. I have a picture of it.
Okay, real quick, I have a question.
Yes.
How much money were we given? 5
gold pieces. You were given 5
gold pieces.
bastards.
Okay.
And we have. Oh, that's a very nice looking kite, actually.
This is a nice kite.
Yeah, so he hands you this big, like, kind of red dragon kite with the trailing tail that splits off in rainbow colors, with a sort of like fishing line string that is rolled up into the handle, if you will. I can't remember, the spool. And he hands it to you and he says, "Well then, have a great day." And he keeps rolling on. "Kites, get your kites here, all shapes and sizes. We got big ones, we got small ones." And he rounds the corner and fades off in the rain.
Har, after receiving the kite, like just kind of stares at it for a moment. Kite, fly, and he kind of stares at it for a bit and sees the dragon, and he thinks of home a bit and why he's traveling, and kind of places it on, stows it like on the side of his backpack.
Wonderful. And at that point, I assume you guys head down in the direction of the beach.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. As our new friends make their way towards the beaches of Sychor, we will take a break. So we will be back in 15, everyone. Maybe shorter if everyone's here and ready to go, but until then, you guys have a wonderful time. Restock your snacks, your drinks. We'll be back.
Snack, yay, BRB.
just there we go. Okay, we are live again. Let me
Yay!
hide
Hello,
our
hello.
little bounty there. So, after arriving in the wonderful, chilly, rainy, dreary, foggy seaside town known as Sychor, the interesting party met up at one Mother Teraya, where they were given a bit of a quest to recover a holy relic or artifact or some sort of chest object that Mother Teraya had been supposed to receive and lost down the beach somewhere, hopefully. You went towards the dock of Ivan, kind of met with some of the guilds, learned a little bit while searching for information on where the ship might have crashed, some extra information if you could find it. And you stopped at Cinnaminson bakery, where our wonderful Har bought copious amounts of rock candy and chocolates. Zoltar ate their first food ever, and Har bought a little dragon kite. The party has just left, making their way back through the Parisian Plaza towards the edges of town, with Zoltar holding the fogfire lantern to make their way down the beach. Is there any other stops you're going to try to make on the way, or are you headed straight for the beach now?
Just the beach.
That's what I was gonna say.
Let me-
Just the beach.
Resume our bot here. So we have ambience.
Ambience is good.
Ambience
Yes.
is good. I have to remember my commands. There we go.
I guess the first thing we can do is look at the map and see how close or far the ship was supposed to be.
You
and-
guys were pointed out an area on the sea chart that from one end of the coast to the other, where the wreckage would likely be, was a 3 to 4 hour walk to go down the whole area.
Oh. Okay. In that case, after buying the kite and looking at the map with Wartor and Zoltar, Har will look towards you and be like, "Time to look for box." Box
Pretty much, yeah.
may
Box
be
is pretty good.
close. It worth short walk.
I'm not sure if it'll be a short walk, but it's worth its time, that's for sure.
It not too far. We could scout a little.
Okay, you guys begin to head your way to the beach. And once you sort of breach the edges of the town, you're still hit with that rain, the gray sky and clouds, sometimes distant rolling thunder. But here it kind of transitions to a bit of muddy grass and then mostly the kind of gentle sand dunes of the beach. You can see not too far off to your left, kind of hidden in the mist, are jagged rocky cliffs that lead to higher terrain. Here, where there is thick fog, as you move with the lantern, there maintains an area around you roughly 50 feet in radius of clear, or I should say clearance. As you move, the fog parts to kind of maintain this 100-foot diameter circle around you. And as you're walking, you have a small group, so I'm not too worried about group order. You can easily walk side by side here. As you begin walking, and eventually through the fog you lose sight of the city, and then even further, the sound of the city, all you have is the crashing waves against the beach. Here the water is nearly crystal clear. It's quite beautiful. It's a gentle kind of blue color, and you can see through that to the sand under the water, where there's starfish and small bits of coral that have washed up, different weeds. And you notice that the area around here is covered in rubble, but not the rubble of a shipwreck. the rubble of long gone ancient buildings. It appears that a long time ago there was some sort of the city was likely much larger, at least, and it covered this area. And so you're kind of walking through thousands upon thousands of year old collapsed homes. Who would like to take the lead for this to make a perception check?
Har could-
Will,
Oh, yeah, you can do that too. Har,
unless you want to.
I'm fine either way. I think it will
We'll
work.
put it like this. The fog would technically give whoever makes it disadvantage on their perception roll, but if Har would like to help Zoltar, then you can make a flat roll,
Har can assist.
which is a normal d20 perception roll.
What is perception under again?
It is in your skills.
If you look at your character sheet,
Yeah.
so there's like 3 chunks on the left. The big, like, vertical rectangles, that has all your skills, and perception is kind of near the lower section of the middle, under wisdom.
Oh, okay. So, 14?
Okay.
No, that wasn't my roll, but I'm just like saying, what does that 14 mean?
Oh, that's a +4 for your perception. So any roll. Oh, that's your passive. So look to the right of where that is, and that's all of those are
Oh,
modified.
over here. Okay.
Yeah, so you have a
Oh,
plus.
perception. Okay, so whatever I roll +4, got it.
Yeah, there you go. That 14 is still important though, because it's your passive perception.
That is important.
20.
20?
Yes.
Okay, a 14 you would have missed this, but a 20 you do definitely succeed on seeing this. Not too far beyond the area hidden just beyond your lantern. You can see what appears to be some more put together rubble, and it appears that there's 2 humanoid shapes in the mist that appear to be scratching at and digging around that rubble.
Huh. Rubble.
It looks to be some sort of large cracked platform.
And Zoltar mentioned this, or does Har mention it? See it a bit as
Zoltar
well?
would see this.
Okay.
Alright, be very quiet. There's 2 people up ahead.
Are you guys stealthing?
I think I'm gonna stealth, yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna
everybody go
stealth.
ahead and make a stealth roll.
Har stealth.
If your
Har-
stealth skill has a
uh,
red D next to it, that means you roll at disadvantage.
Like me.
Oh no.
Now, Har doesn't have to roll stealth because he's being carried, right?
Yeah.
That just means that Zoltar's stealth will come with a little bit of a penalty.
Okay. How much of a penalty? Like, not adding the +2 to my bonus?
You'll see.
Okay. Total stealth is 14.
Okay. Ooh. Wonderful. Oh, okay. You didn't almost, but you almost.
Oh.
So you whisper to Har to be quiet, and you kind of get down, and you're trying to stealth. And then you step onto a glass, like a wine bottle or something that was in the sand you didn't notice, and crunch down into it. And you see both of those humanoid figures stop and turn quickly towards you in the fog. And you see through the fog that they are holding something that looks to be some sort of spear, the both of them. And they start kind of skittering forward slightly, and you see their heads peek through the fog. From what you can just see of their head, it is this slimy green skin with a fin on either side of the face that kind of folds out and chitters. They have 2 long whiskers, kind of like a catfish, this big open piranha-like mouth, and then a very humanoid forehead with 2 big black beady eyes, and a very humanoid nose, and then a single fin that runs up the back of their head, along with some sort of makeshift spear kind of poking out of the fog. There is 2 of them. And you know what? We'll have you guys roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh, initiative time. Here we go.
Initiative.
I forget. What do we roll for initiative again? Is
If
it
you
also
look at your
20?
character sheet, it is. You can actually just click on it on D&D Beyond, but yes, it is a D20.
Okay. D20.
Yeah, if you just click on where it says initiative on your character sheet, it can roll the D&D Beyond dice for you.
I'm going to roll my D20.
With initiative, I had rolled a natural 20.
Let's see.
A natural 20 plus.
No, 18 plus my 2, so
Okay,
20.
so a dirty 20.
A dirty 20, okay.
Yeah, a natural 20 is
you.
when your dice is just a 20.
Okay.
I got 11 for my initiative.
Starting with Zoltar, you got what for your initiative? 20?
Yep.
Okay, and then Har got what?
11.
11. The fish people got 22. And Warder, are you with us?
Yes, I've rolled a 13.
A 13? Okay.
What's your initiative bonus? Ever?
I'm sure.
It should be near the top middle of your page if you look slightly down where it says initiative. It's next. It's to the left of your armor class where the shield is.
I am trying to find it yet. I am not great at finding things. Oh, there it is. Initiative. Initiative is +1.
Okay, so you got 14?
Yep.
So beginning with the fish people, they fully step out of the fog, and you can see that they are 6, almost 7 feet tall. They have not a lot of armor, but these big, spiky, like, purple shells used for shoulder plates, and seaweed straps with large leaves that they use to tie it on. Weird sort of kind of kilt-like skirts made of salvaged sails from ships, and slimy green skin that comes down into 2 clawed hands, very human-like muscly arms with fins that spike out up to the elbows, and frog-like feet with large webbing likely meant to help them swim. And let's see, one will make an attack on Har, and one will make an attack on Zoltar. They will both use their spear. So, what is Zoltar's armor?
Where do I see the my armor class?
Yes.
14.
14, oof. That is exactly what they got, so that does hit for you. And what is Har's armor class?
17.
Okay, they actually rolled a natural 17. I'm getting lucky
No.
rolls. I love lucky rolls. Woo! So that will be 3 damage to Zoltar and 6 damage to Har. Zoltar, you manage to kind of parry off the strike of the spear, and it kind of gets caught in some sensitive plates, but not too bad. Har, you get kind of skewered through the hip. And with that, it is Zoltar's turn. For those of you unfamiliar with the combat system of D&D, on a turn you have your movement, which is 30 feet. You can split up however you'd like throughout your turn. And you have an action and a bonus action. Of course, for you guys, on your sheets, it will tell you what is in action and what is a bonus action, but your standard weapon attack is in action.
Okay. So me just attacking with my rapier is one action, and for example, a cantrip would be a bonus action then?
It depends on the cantrip.
Okay.
When it comes to your spells, it will say on your sheet. Let me open up a spellcaster so I can give you an idea. If you go to spells, it'll say next to it either 1A or 1B under the time category. So like Healing Word is a bonus action.
So if it says duration is instantaneous?
Not duration, you're looking for casting time.
Oh, one action.
So most cantrips will take an action though.
Okay. So an action and not bonus action, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this is guaranteed damage though, right?
Depends on the spell. Which spell are you looking at?
Vicious Mockery.
I believe it is. It might have a saving throw.
Wisdom of 13 would be attack/save.
Okay, so yes. So you can use it on them, and then they have to make a saving throw. And if they beat that, they don't take any damage. If they fail, they do take damage. I will say Vicious Mockery, is that a bonus action or an action cantrip?
It just says... I don't know.
Okay, don't look at the spell, look at your spell list. And next to the name, it'll say the cantrip name, and then it'll say either 1A or 1B under the time column.
1A.
Okay, so you can either attack with your rapier, or you can use Vicious Mockery. But Vicious Mockery is not a lot of damage. So it's up to you which one you want to do.
So I can move and attack, right?
Yes, correct.
One of each? Okay.
You are in melee range.
Okay. Is the one attacking Har also in melee range?
Yes.
Of Har?
Of the both of you, because Har is on your shoulder.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was knocked off.
No, he got stabbed, but he's still on there.
Oh.
Can I throw Har onto... Can I throw Har onto the one that stabbed him?
If you would like to hold your action to throw Har on Har's turn, you can. Meaning, basically, that as soon as it's Har's turn, you throw him at one of them. So he can bite, claw, or stab them.
Har knows
I do highly recommend you just simply make an attack with your rapier, though.
Yeah. I was gonna say...
So to do that, of course, it's just a d20 roll, and you add the first number in the action. It'll say, like, +3, I think, for you, or +5, maybe.
In the strength?
If you are looking at your rapier... Let me open up the campaign so I can take a peek at
Oh,
your
is that
character
my
sheet.
inventory then, right?
Actions.
Oh.
Where you can look at your weapon attacks. It says rapier, and then it says 5-foot reach +4. And then 1d8 +2, you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so roll a d20 and add 4.
Okay.
And that is your roll to hit.
16.
Okay, that will hit, and then go ahead and roll a d8 and add 2 to that number.
An 8.
An 8?
Total.
Okay. You lunge forward with your rapier and slash through one. You actually slash open like a big gash in the arm, which goes limp, and it hisses at you. You did some pretty good damage there. So that one's there, and that one is there. Okay. And that will be basically what you can do on your turn, so then it will be Warder's turn.
D8, right?
Well, what weapon are you using?
I'm going to use my longsword.
Okay, so roll a d20
Okay, D20,
and add 4.
D20. That would be 18.
Okay, that'll hit, and then you roll a d10 and add 2, because you're using 2 hands.
Okay. That would be 10.
Okay, you pull out your solid iron longsword and swing down. Are you attacking the one that Zoltar attacked, or the other one?
The other one.
Okay. You swing down at the one that attacked Har, and you manage to get a big gash down the thigh. It actually tries to bite at you, but you manage to dodge back out of the way. Har, it's your turn.
Har, feeling the intense pain from having just been skewered with the spear, looks angrily at the fishfolk that just attacked him, and he is going to use his bonus action. He's going to let out a... Where is this? Where's my...
The dragon
action?
cry?
Yes, he's going to let out a cry at enemies. I think it's they're within range. So
And the range is
Har,
like 60
very...
feet.
Yeah, I think it's within 10 feet of you. So Har, very upset, just very angry with these two fish people that just decided to attack them, lets out a and just as loudly as he can and angrily as he can while being in pain, while still being in pain. Like it's like a pained yell. He's trying to be, but he's just very upset.
And of course, don't forget to check off one of the boxes.
Yes.
And that makes it to where you and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against the enemies until your next turn.
Yes.
Wait,
so
where?
Har...
Not you guys. It's his ability.
Yeah, it's basically twice per long rest. I can basically buff everyone. I guess it's enemy. I guess it's technically a debuff because it's enemies that can hear you. If an enemy is deaf, I don't think it works.
Correct.
But it's a debuff that allows us to get advantage on enemies that hear that until my next turn. So Har jumps down from the shoulder of Zoltar and angrily runs up to this fishman that has skewered him. And he takes a swing at him with his mace.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
Okay, let's see.
Just imagine this mace that is just way too big for a kobold.
Sauron's mace from Lord of the Rings.
Oh my god. Imagine a kobold trying to swing a flail though as well.
I mean, to be fair, his mace definitely looks like it was forged how it was forged, and by that I mean it was made out of daggers using the heat of a river of lava. So just picture that as you may.
That's pretty metal.
Let's see, 17 plus 5, so 22.
22 does hit.
22 is okay. Let's see, where's my d6? There it is. Come on, d6. Oh wait, I should have been advantage, but I guess it hits anyway.
I mean, you can always roll again in case it's a crit.
I guess so. All right, hello, other d20. Are you a natural 20? I went off the table. No. Nah. No natural 20. It was a 14. All right, d6. Come on, d6. 5 plus 3, 8.
8? Okay,
yep.
That is just enough. After Warder slashes through its thighs and it kind of bends over, grabbing its thigh and hissing, you jump off the shoulder, scream out in rage, and then just walk up and thonk it in the side of the head with the mace, and it just drops. It is D-I-E-D-G, Dedge.
Dedge.
It is then the turn of the fish person, if we will, that originally attacked Zoltar, and it will attack again. It does hit again for... Ooh, good damage. That will be... only 6 points of damage on Zoltar.
Ow.
Very much ow.
How many hit points do you have left?
2.
Oh yeah. It is then Zoltar's turn.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna cast my I'm gonna do my vicious mockery.
Are you sure?
100% sure.
Okay. He stabs you, and what is your retort?
Is that the best you've got, you koi-fished fuckface?
Okay. Go ahead and I'll roll the save. You said DC 13. Fails.
Let's see.
So go ahead and roll damage.
1d4 of damage.
Of psychic damage.
2!
Alright.
2
Wait,
damage! Let's go.
Kaz, did you roll with advantage?
It's
Just-
not
Oh,
an
I did
attack
not.
like that. It's not
Oh,
an
it's
advantage attack.
it's just a DC. Okay.
Yeah, it's a spell.
Ooh.
You
Take
guys
2
notice that
damage, bitch.
the spiteful words that Zoltar whispers are laced with arcane magic, and you just see one drip of blood fall out of the ear of the Shalgan.
Har sees it.
Warder, it's your turn if you'd like to go for the killing blow with the longsword.
Fuck him up.
Yes, I will take the killing blow. I'm guessing I roll.
Yeah, roll the hit.
Yep, roll
'Cause
2 d20s.
You could fuck up and it might be not the killing blow.
Roll 2 d20s.
Yep, you have advantage.
25 is the total, and I'm guessing it's a +2 critical, right?
25?
No, as in okay, so what advantage
You
is
roll them
Burzler?
separately.
You roll
Oh,
them
shoot,
separately,
right.
and then you take the higher one. So advantage is you roll 2 dice and you take the higher, and disadvantage is you roll 2 dice and you take the lower.
Okay, let me re-roll that then.
Kite both makes the messes
I
and
got-
cleans them up.
My first one got a 20, the second one I got a 14.
Okay, so 20. Is it did you roll a 20 on the dice?
Yes.
That is a critical hit. So that's a nat 20, that's a critical hit. That means when you roll damage, you double whatever the number is on the dice.
Yo.
Crit, baby.
And when it comes to spells, multiple dice, they're all doubled.
Alright.
So go ahead and roll your d10.
Alright. See here.
I could have totally just casted sleep on this guy.
1.
You rolled a 1.
It rolled a 1 twice.
Okay, so a 1 doubles to 2. And then you add your
Okay.
attack bonus, which is a d10 plus what?
Attack bonus.
Yeah, on your attack, on your longsword, it'll say 1d10 plus.
It says 1d8 plus 2. No, wait, 1d10 plus 2. Plus 2.
Okay, so you deal 4 points of damage on a critical hit,
Okay.
which is less than you did on your other one. But
Uh,
it is cool enough, and it was low enough health. I will say, Zoltar, you say that it's a fish-faced fuck and all that to him, and you see the single drop of blood, and then out of nowhere, there's just a flash of iron, and you watch the head roll off of the shoulders, and it drops as Warter has decapitated it.
Har, just like after that, then Har immediately after noticing that they're both dead is going to look at his wound and notice that he's bleeding. And it's not It's not very pleasant. It's pretty unpleasant, in fact. And so he's going to place his hand over the wound and say, "Moga, he make bleed stop, please." And then he's going to cast. Let's see, where is it? Is it Cure Wounds? He's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself.
Okay. So you guys see little Har cry out, "Mogan, please help bleed stop." And in the flash of light, like that of flame licking out of a forge, the wound miraculously closes, and Har heals for how much?
Let's see, 1d8 plus 3. I rolled an 8, so for 11. So I am
Back
back,
to
up
max.
full.
Hell yeah! And then our dear, wonderful Zoltar.
Har looks to Zoltar, and it looks like he's pretty beat up.
He looks pretty beat up.
Zoltar, Har is not very familiar with whatever, with like he has no idea what Zoltar is, but he does know that he's not made of flesh like everyone else is, and he just sits there and thinks for a moment and goes, and he brings out his 2 lodestones and begins to focus for a minute near Zoltar. And when I say a minute, I mean literally a minute.
And cast Mending?
And he to cast Mending.
And Zoltar,
on
do you allow Har to cast a spell on you?
Har is not giving any context to what he's doing, by the way. He just walks up to you and holds out to two like magnetic-looking rocks, and says aloud, "Mogan, please help Zoltar feel better. Repair or..." And he concentrates, or tries to concentrate on this for a minute.
And Zoltar, do you accept the spell?
Yes, I'm about to die, obviously.
Okay. You watch where the metal is kind of torn open. The metal seems to heat as if in a live forge and just gently bend back into place, the seams kind of disappearing. And you can treat that as if you're rolling a Cure Wounds.
Alright. Come on, D8. Be a good roll, please. 6 plus 3, 9.
Okay. Zoltar heals 9 HP.
I am completely healed up to full.
The
Hey.
miracles of Har, the
Zoltar.
tiny lizard goblin.
Zoltar, on his hands and knees, gasps, just feeling rejuvenated. Ah, oh. Oh, what the
Har jumps for joy.
Oh,
It worked. Har work.
I
Like
don't know
repairing.
what you did, but I thought that was the end. Thank you, buddy.
Har not know what Zoltar is, but Zoltar remind Har of metal and equipment, so Har try mend for repair, normally for repair weapon and armor.
Zoltar grasps towards his wounds, feeling as if what was really happening was happening. This is actually. I'm not dead, right? This is real. This is
Not only is it
it's
fresh
gone.
and smooth again, those areas are not rusty.
What? Zoltar looks down at Har and picks the little bastard up, giving him a nice gentle hug.
Har surprised.
You're amazing, little dude.
Har glad. Zoltar okay.
Must breathe.
Oh,
Cracking
sorry.
sounds.
Here you go. Snaps his neck. I'm kidding.
Thanks, little buddy. Ah, sorry.
Har dying.
He's never seen the world. You want to come with us to the light at the end of the tunnel, buddy?
Har no go to light at any tunnel. He know that one.
The combat has ceased, but there is whatever they were looking at, and there is, of course, bodies there if you'd like to look through them, or continue on your walk as you please. What would you like to do?
Har is going to, after mending, helping mend Zoltar, he's going to look toward Wartor and kind of give him like a nod of approval. It's just, he doesn't say anything, but he's like he's got some respect for him there.
Sorry.
Then Har is going to walk up to the fish people and start like scavenging through that, see what they have on them.
Okay.
Is like, what fish have?
Roll an investigation check.
Okay.
Also, you're Har, you are doing okay right now on hit points, right?
Har, all better.
Okay.
Har's clothes have been torn, but Har's flesh is pristine.
Let's see. Well, and this is for was this investigation?
Investigation.
13.
13, okay. Well, first of all, they both have the spears. Then there is the 3 large purple spiky shell like shoulder pieces that you could take. One of them has like a fishbone necklace. And you do notice that one of them has a pouch full of shiny metal buttons.
Har find pouch of metal buttons along with bone necklace.
Looks pretty cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. One also has a dagger that appears to be made out of bone.
Okay, someone also has a bone dagger. Har is going to, let's see, he's going to take a look at the spear. He's to get an idea of what it's made of. You mentioned it's a what does the spear appear to be made of?
They're made of like driftwood, and just like the actual blade of the spear is random pieces of metal. One is like a dagger, another one looks to be like a scrap piece of metal torn off of something that is just kind of tied on with what looks to be seawater soaked rope.
Okay, so Har is going to take one of the spears and he's going to shorten it a bit so it's more his length, and he's going to instead replace the pointy bit at the end and attach the cage that and like fasten the cage that Gix is in to the end of the...
So you now have a staff that has your shock lizard on it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's awesome.
In a basket, of course. It's not like
Yes,
a taser on a stick, but it's there.
Taser on a stick. Yes, the new American police utility. Taser on a stick.
Gix have
if anyone
upgrade
is familiar
home
with Squirt from Critical Role, his weapon was in fact a stick with a scorpion tied to the end.
Was it a live scorpion?
Yes, and he would poke people with the scorpion so it would sting people. He also had a bag of bees.
Kaz, I should send you that clip so you can watch that after this.
He famously shouted, "You die!" and threw bees at a fire giant, and then the fire giant just stomped on him and squished him to death. It was terrible. He only lived for
11 days.
That kobold.
Oh, yeah. I remember... Yeah.
God, that was wonderful.
His brother was eaten by a slime that he owned as a pet.
Oh yes. Will you be looking at anything else, such as that stone area, or are you heading on down the beach?
Har will also look at. He's not exactly what sure their metal buttons are, but Har does work with metal, so he'll gladly pocket the metal buttons.
And
Can I
these are, of
pocket
course,
the
not
other
buttons like buttons you press, but like sew-on buttons.
Yeah, like sew-on buttons. Like they're just like made of metal buttons. It's materials.
Zoltar, all
Can
you
I-
see is a pouch of snacks.
Oh, I don't see the spear. The other one.
Oh no, you see it. I'm just saying, instead of seeing it as buttons, like to you it looks like wafers. Just delicious metal buttons.
What?
Does Zoltar
Uh,
see Har and get the metal buttons, and does he say anything about, like, is he interested in the buttons?
Har, you don't need these buttons for anything, do you?
Har thought keep in case of handy, but if Zoltar need, here go. And Har will hand over the little pouch of metal buttons.
Alrighty, thank you.
And this is at least like 30 metal buttons.
Amazing. Can I pick up and just take the spear?
Sure, the other one? Go ahead.
Yeah.
And it just, like, when you add it to your inventory, it's just a spear.
Okay. Just like, how do I add that?
Go to the tab where it says Manage Inventory,
Okay.
and then you just go to the search bar and type in spear.
Just normal spear.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you just click Add to
Add
equip.
to backpack. Pug.
Another thing Har will take notice in is you mentioned they are wearing armor that's kind of like they have like little like metallic. They have, what is it, kind of metal scale
They have
attached?
large, spiky purple shells that are tied
Oh.
on with like seaweed.
Okay, so they're just shells. Okay, Har's not too interested in those.
And then there was, of course, what they were digging at.
Har, after like scrounging around, say, "What fish look for?" and we'll walk towards like the area they were scavenging.
Okay. What you walk up to, well, actually, Zoltar, you are immediately brought to alert because Har is about to wander, and you know that if Har wanders too far, that's very bad with the fog. But you guys do push forward a little bit to the area they were digging at. And what you see is a stone platform, maybe 10 foot in diameter. It looks to be made of the same material as the Boresian Plaza, that sort of polished slate. Except this is in disrepair. It is cracked into 3 different pieces, but you can see carved into it a dull, ancient runic pattern made with sigils.
Can you make anything out of these?
If anyone is proficient in Arcana, they can make an Arcana check.
Definitely not me.
Har is not proficient in it. He has a bit of intelligence if needed.
Are you
Well,
sure
well-
Zoltar's not proficient in Arcana? I thought one of you was.
It's not me.
Well, what about you, Orator?
Nope, I guess. Alright, I can check order real fast.
Yeah.
You are not. Okay.
Har, give look. And he just sits there
Yeah,
and
so
stares.
none of you really recognize what this platform is. It's obviously magical in the sense that it once was something that did something, probably, maybe, but you're not sure what it did. You do spot next to it, though, Warder, a shipping crate, barely into the sand, with in kind of faded green letters inked onto the side, sunken squall. Or sorry, sunken squalor.
Do we recognize that it is magical in nature in some sort, like
You
what the ship
recognize
was?
that it might have once been magical in nature, but if it was, it is not anymore.
Har's just giving a look around.
But like I said, you do spot that shipping crate, right there, washed up on the beach, stamped as Sunken Squalor, the ship you're looking for.
Find something, Har?
Har think this ship, sunken ship. Look for maybe box here.
Oh, the crate, yeah. Zoltar walks up and examines the crate.
To your possible dismay, it is sadly cracked open on the other side, and it does not appear that there is any sort of box inside of it. But it is a sure clue that you're on the right path.
Maybe other parts of ship nearby, or maybe someone else find first.
It's possible. We should keep looking.
Har agree.
Okay, so you guys are headed for further down the beach then?
Yep.
Okay. You guys continue to make your way down, and it's not for about an hour and a half or so before you start to see structure again. This time you see what looks to be a massive stone statue against a short wall of stone looking out to sea. And you can see through the fog the faint red glow of crystals that seem to be growing out of it. 3 of those fishy figures seem to be worshipping at the statue.
More fish.
Well, the fish are hostile, so I say I use this handy spear I have and see if I can't just chop one of their heads off with it. Or impale them.
As chopping, as one does with a spear.
Yes, chop.
I believe spears are quite known for their chopping capabilities.
Look, you replace the spear tip and you replace the whole spear puncture thing and you just put like a giant blade on it instead, like an axe, and you just turn it into a throwing axe. That's gonna do some damage.
Ah, yes, a throwing axe, not a spear.
Yes.
But if you would like to throw it as a thrown weapon, you can.
I would like to throw it at the head of one of the fish.
Okay, to kind of get a surprise attack here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if we would like to do this, everybody can roll a stealth check to see if you all get a surprise attack.
Har have idea.
What's your idea, little buddy?
Har. And Har sits there and thinks for a little bit and sees how there's 3 of these fish people just kind of like sitting there. Har want use Gix.
You Want to use the little shocky lizard thing?
Yeah. But first, we need sneak.
Okay. I'm right behind you.
All right, and I guess it's time for us to try and stealth our way over there.
Yeah, if you're sneaking up, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Stealth check. Here we go.
Pretty. 16 total.
Hello, disadvantage. Here I come.
Uh-oh. Please don't roll a natural one. Or
It is
anything lower.
I'm gonna laugh if Gix dies first session.
I'm gonna be
Aw,
sad if
I got a
Gix dies.
5 for stealth. Definitely not good.
I got a 14 on a d20.
Okay, and what did Zoltar get?
I have a 16 total.
Well, lucky for you, it's an average thing. Unluckily for you, no one got too extremely high. So, let me roll perception for the fishies. And we'll see who wins. They definitely win that stealth battle. So, Har goes, I've got an idea. Use shock. And then, as soon as he is, like, walking up, one of the fish people immediately turns, and you can see now, as your lantern is clearing the fog, that they were in the middle of, it appears they were sacrificing the body of a drowned sailor to the statue. One stops with the dagger in the body, pulls out the dagger, and starts hissing at you with this loud, like, imagine like a dinosaur, like all of its fins are chittering and it hisses at you. And the other two stop and they grab their spears. Everybody roll initiative.
Har responds by also yelling back at them. Just regular yelling.
I don't know.
Initiative time. Here we go.
Okay, I rolled a 12 for my initiative. Uh-oh.
I
Is that
rolled
with-
a 7.
Is that with your
That's
initiative
total.
bonus? Oh,
That's
total.
I got a
A 12 for
7.
Zoltar, a 7
I got
for
an-
Warder,
19 for Har.
and a 19 for Har. How the times have changed. Har, you
Oh
go first.
boy.
All right, so Har is how far away are these three?
At this point, probably 30 feet or so.
30 feet. What are they standing on?
Sand, but every once in a while the waves kind of lap up under their feet.
Okay. How wet is the sand underneath them right now?
Oh, very.
Very. How wet is? Is there any dry spots nearby, or is the entire beach just kind of soaked right now?
This area is kind of the area of the beach where the sand is kind of at the same level as the water. So when you step down, there is water under the sand.
Okay, so there's a bit of water kind of everywhere.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So, R is going to. How wet would you say? It's just damp, or is there like a
To answer your question, if you were to shock them, would you be shocked as well? Probably not.
Oh, okay. In which case, Har is going to. He's going to assist in that way. If I don't give, yeah, that was the main thing I wanted to figure out. So Har is going to make it a bit worse for them. On top of that, actually, would using the stick count as a bonus action or a main action?
What do you mean by using the stick?
Like placing, like the stick, like
To
placing
let loose the lizard?
Let loose, not let loose, but like place the lizard in the water and like jostle him a little bit. Would that be a?
I would say that's your action.
A what?
I would say that's your action.
That's my action. Okay, so okay, so I can't do what I want to do because that's also an action. Let's see. Because casting this is also an action. I guess I'll just try this anyway. So Har is going to walk up to the three, and he's going to get a little distance. He's between. He's gonna use the stick to try and get like the lizard close to them, without being like directly in harm's way. He's going to apply a lizard to the ground, Gix to the ground, and jostle around a bit and be like, Gix! Shock Gix!
Okay, so
Give them shock Gix!
you put the basket with the lizard into the sand water and jostle it around. Okay, it does have an effect. So I will have them make dexterity saving throws. Go ahead and roll a d6.
A d6. D6. 4.
All three of them take 4 points of lightning damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Gix shock good.
For a total of 12 damage. Will that be your turn, or do you have anything bonus action-wise you're trying to do?
Bonus action. Well, my initial thing was if using Gix was a bonus action, I was gonna douse them with more water and then shock them.
You're gonna create water on them?
Yes. But I don't exactly have the time for that in one thing.
I don't think it would have helped too much.
Yeah, it's just...
It was more about
it
how
seems like
exposed the lizard would be to the elements.
yeah, it seems like there's enough of it there already. What can I do as a bonus action?
You could do another cry.
This is true. Yeah, so Har while mixing Gix into the water is also gonna let out another draconic cry. Except instead of it being loud and like pain, he's just kind of like partially laughing while doing while like shaking Gix around. So he he kind of like giddy in a very giggly manner, like lets out a draconic cry while shocking the three fishmen.
Okay.
I love this kobold so much.
And I can't remember. Do
I
you
had
make
fun
saving
making this
throws, or does
character.
it just happen?
Let out a cry 10 feet of you. Until the start of your next turn, you and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against the enemies that could hear
It
you.
just happens.
You can use this 2 times per long rest. Yep, it just happens, so they can hear you.
Cool. So you give everybody advantage to hit them until your next turn. And then speaking of, it is their turn. And you have just garnered their attention for sure. You just zapped the fish people, and they are not happy with you. So 2 of them rush forward to spear Har, and one of them will charge at Zoltar with the big bone knife. The bony knife, if you will. You're not clapping, which means I will assume it's a good joke.
You got me to breathe out my nose.
Ah, yes, that's integral. Both attacks on Har miss. Har, you zap them, and in your happy dance that you're doing, skipping in the sand, they're trying to stab at you with the spear, and you are just miraculously dodging them. The one with the Bowie knife made of bone, which charges at Zoltar, does manage to strike for only 3 measly points of damage. This is ridiculous. And ow, I just hurt myself on accident like a dumb bitch. However, it is then going to be Zoltar's turn.
So, I'm not going. Zoltar laughs maniacally, being stabbed yet again, believing he's invincible because Har can just fix him whenever. He grabs his rapier and attempts to stab the one in retaliation into the chest.
I was waiting for you to say you were gonna stab yourself to try to prove to it that you can't die.
No.
And I was about to have you roll an intimidation check. But yes, go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Oh, that was deleting the die from the board. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see here.
I was ready for you to just be like, he laughs maniacally and stabs himself with his own rapier. And I was like, fuck it, roll an intimidation, I guess.
Okay. What's my modifier for the thingy? What's it called? I forgot.
You're using your rapier, right? So if you look at your actions, under the column to hit, it'll say like plus 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5.
Okay, so that gets this +4 gets added to the die that I rolled.
Yes, to your d20 roll.
Well, I already know 100% that this isn't going to hit. 8.
Natural 1. Oh, 8 total.
Yeah.
Yeah, an 8 total does not hit, sadly. You're laughing so maniacally that you just swing half-heartedly and miss. And honestly, the Sahuligan, as they're called, looks frightened more of the fact that you didn't care to really hit. It is then going to be Warder's turn.
We'll die, I guess.
Are you gonna go for a swing with your longsword again?
Yep.
Okay. You rush forward. Go ahead and roll with your d20.
I got a 16.
Oh, actually,
Hmm?
roll that at advantage. Also, Kaz, roll your roll at advantage.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, you get one more die.
So another.
Okay,
D20
so a total 14 then is my attack.
That does hit. So go ahead and roll damage while Max is doing his attack.
Okay. 1d8.
What'd you get, Max?
I remember what my attack is out. It's 2 plus 2. So that's
Okay.
18.
Warder got 18 to hit. Okay, you hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Kaz, how much did you roll
My
for
fish,
Zoltar?
that opposing fish boy who hit me takes 5 damage total.
Okay.
Yeah. You fool. You think you can kill Zoltar?
I'm picturing the guy from SpongeBob with the starfish for a nose.
Oh, are you talking about Mermaid Man?
Yes.
Who's the invisible boatmobile?
To the invisible boat reveal! Away!
And what did you get on damage, Warder?
Hold on a second. I apologize. My brother came into the room. He came into the room last second. That's still a D20, right?
No, that is your D10.
D10. Okay, hold on. That adds something. I got a 2. That's not including the add.
You got a 2? Okay.
Yes.
And then what is your damage bonus?
My damage bonus is
1d10 plus.
1d10 plus 2.
Okay, so you got a total of 4 damage. Somehow, with your guys' terrible rolls, it's alive still. Somehow. But you've both dealt damage to it. Then it's Har's turn.
Har cackling from having shocked the 3 of them and not being hit at all. Good job, Gix. You get treat later. And then so he and then Har takes he plays he then takes his mace and takes a swing at one of the two fish at one of the two fish people in front of him.
Okay. I'm imagining you guys are gonna have like a shitty 1980s garage band name. So I'm thinking the party name is gonna be like Har and the Cackles. Or just something really dumb.
Alright. Come on, D20.
I don't know. I'm tempted to call this group the Gits because Gits is carrying.
That's
Gex
a 12.
Lords.
That's a 12.
That hits.
Hey. Alright, roll.
Not very good armor on the fish people.
I see. They're not having a very good day, it seems.
The shells seem a lot prettier than they are tactical.
1d6 plus 3, roll the d6. 5 damage.
5 damage?
Yes.
Okay. And will that be your turn?
Yes. Har just kind of like still laughing from shocking them. And
I
then
would
just
say
takes
Har's about to die, but I'll probably just miss again.
Har swings at one of them with his mace, and that is his turn.
Okay. One stabs at him and misses. Another stabs at him and finally hits. For 2 damage.
Ah.
The one
Har
attacking
hits
Zoltar
guns.
is just getting annoyed at this point. And will just try to stab for an eye. And it fucking gets a natural 1.
Oh boy.
Oh.
It lunges for you,
Sniveling,
Zoltar.
conniving fool.
It, like, slaps a hand against your chest for grip and goes to stab you with the other one and just stabs into its hand.
Oh no.
And it stops and it looks at you, looks at its hand, looks at you, and then, like, shrieks like a prehistoric dinosaur. It doesn't even take the knife out of its hand. It just takes its hand off your chest and pulls a spear off its back. Like, it's that done with
You're
you.
gonna chuckle and laugh at its face, staring deeply into his eyes.
You know what? Roll an intimidation check.
You sniveling, conniving fool. You and your friends are doomed.
Roll an intimidation check.
Okay. That would be a d20, right?
Yep, with your plus your intimidation bonus.
Okay. Intimidation. Oh my god.
That's either a good or a bad thing.
16 total.
It just puts both of its hands in the air, shrieks, and shuffles in a run down the beach, Zoidberg style. And disappears off into the fog.
Is that my turn?
That was
No, it's now your turn.
I would like to take my spear and just fucking chuck it at him and try and let him not escape. I want this bastard to die.
Roll a d20, add advantage, but what you're adding is, of course, I believe you added the spear to your inventory, actually, so you can see the
I'm
attack
rolling
bonuses.
2d20s?
Yes, and you take whichever one is higher.
Okay.
And then you add whatever your bonus was for your spear to be thrown, so your dexterity stat.
Is the advantage because the fish guy's trying to disengage?
Oh, never mind, there is no advantage anymore. Aha, it's an attack of opportunity, though, so it's not even your turn yet. You can just attack him as he's trying to run. So you can just attack him with your rapier.
I'm still gonna try and yeet the spear into him.
He's in melee range at this point for the attack of opportunity.
I
Yeah.
might as well. I'll just stab him
him.
with the spear then.
Okay.
Yeah. 14. And is that with?
Still with advantage, but you're gonna treat it as if it was a strength-based attack.
Okay. So. With the spear. Wait, am I attacking with the spear or the rapier?
Up to you.
The spear?
That's your choice. I imagine the
Okay,
spear
the
is
rapier.
probably better because it's shoddily kind of put together.
The
rapier
spear is
does
actually
more
worse than my
damage, yeah.
rapier.
The rapier
So I'll
is
just
a
stab
higher
him with my
damage base.
rapier then. So that's my roll plus whatever the hit DC is.
Yes, the hit DC
Okay.
bonus.
Oh no, that's an 18 total.
That'll hit.
This poor bastard is so dead.
Go ahead and roll damage.
And then
on your
roll
fucking
1d8
rapier.
plus 2. He takes 7 damage.
Okay, he goes to flee, and you just spear him through the back of the mouth. Like, it's shrieking, shuffling, and then, Har, you just turn and see... You hear it stop, and you turn and look, and there's just the point of the blade sticking out of the mouth.
Oh.
It is...
Zoltar, do good.
It's now
You
Zoltar's...
cannot outrun me!
Zoltar thinks he's a god now. Guaranteed. It's now Zoltar's turn.
Again?
That was an attack of opportunity
That
on its turn.
was because
Oh my god.
yeah, because he tried
Okay.
to run away from you while in
Okay.
combat because
I'm okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. I am going to actually take my spear now because I'm not quite as close to.
Actually, hold that
Sychor.
thought. We're gonna take a little quick emergency break for a second because health issue
Okay.
stuff. So
Oh,
I will
okay.
be RB real fast.
Okay.
And we're back. Okay. Now back into it. Yes, they're about 30 feet away from you, so you can move in to strike on your turn.
Okay. I think I'm going to rush with both hands and
Okay.
just stab this one in the chest.
Go for it.
Alrighty. With my rapier,
Are you
so
gonna
plus
go
4.
for the one that's just been shocked, or the one that
The one that
Har has
just
been
landed-
attacking?
The one that just hit Har.
Okay, the one Har has been attacking.
Yes.
What have you done? What has happened?
Oh boy.
Okay. I can deal with it. Total of 12. That probably doesn't hit.
It does.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget
that's
you
what
also have
that's
advantage.
what I rolled.
No, you don't have advantage. Shit. It only lasts one turn.
Yep. It only lasts until my next turn.
Wait, I do or don't have advantage?
You don't. It's gone. now.
Okay. I didn't roll with advantage. I just rolled 1 die. Okay, so and now I need to do a hit die, 1d8.
Damage die.
Yeah. Natural 8, I guess, plus my 2, so 10 damage.
You kill it.
Hog.
You rush up with your scimitar still bloody from impaling the head of the last Sahuagin, if you will. And you run up and just spear this one right through the heart.
As I spear him through the heart, just as I start to make impact, I go, Nyah! Just jabbing the whole thing into him.
I hate that you're trying to make yourself a French musketeer. Warder, it's your turn, I guess.
What was a long sword, I presume?
Up to you.
I might just.
Though I would
might
suggest
do
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do sword. 20. I got a 9 plus 2, that's 11.
11 misses.
5.
You charge up and you swing at the final remaining one, but this one is more limber and agile than the rest, and it does manage to duck out of the way. You chop just the tip of the shell off of its shoulder plate. Har, it's your turn.
Har. Okay,
Fuck
so
him up,
Har. So Har is going to look at the final fish that is remaining, and he is going to. Let's see. Do I have anything with bonus action? I don't think I have anything with bonus action. I think Har is just going to look at the fish and just take another swing at him. Har is feeling pretty good. This battle is going a lot more smoothly than the opening of the previous one.
Okay.
So he's going to take a swing at the fish with his mace. Ha! 20. Oh no. Oh no, not one. I got a nat 1.
Wonderful.
Wonderful, the puns.
You swing with the mace, and you entirely miss the. They're called. Oh, excuse me. They're called Sahuagin, technically, but I prefer Shaugan, as Matt Mercer pronounces it, Shaugan. So I will proceed with Shaugan because it sounds cooler to me. You miss the Shaugan, and your mace just smacks off of the side of this kind of statue, this ancient, long-gone altar, cracking away a little bit of stone. And unless you're doing something with your bonus action, that'll be your turn.
That will be it.
Okay.
Har will just be like, ah!
It is then the Shaugan's turn. And it is going to attempt to make... it's going to use its multi-attack. is going to do a spear attack and a claw attack. So it's going to try to spear Zoltar and claw. Ow, elbow cramp. And it's going to try to claw Har. It misses the Zoltar attack and hits the Har attack for the claw. And so Har will take 4 points of slashing damage. It just swings back at you as you swing past it on accident and slashes down your back with these nasty, briny purple claws. Not only does it hurt like a massive panther scratch, basically, it's also full of salt and sea brine.
It burns!
And then it's Zoltar's turn. I often regret saying those words.
Welcome to session 1.
Can I?
Campaign
Or may I
name,
borrow
it's
your
Zoltar's
mace?
turn. You can't borrow his mace
Damn
unless
it.
he were to pass it to you with a bonus action.
Damn it. Can I use my bonus action to grab his mace?
No, because it requires both of your bonus actions.
Ah, F in chat.
I think W in my chat.
How close? How close is this other fish person? Just out
Melee.
of curiosity. Melee. Okay, so like 5 feet.
Yep, exactly.
Now I know unarmed strike says 0 damage, but if I pick this guy up, choke him, and slam him into that statue with all my might, could I theoretically kill him?
So how it works is you would have to first grapple him, which is a competitive strength check. And I believe you're not very good at strength.
No.
And then it would then require a secondary strength check to restrain him completely and restrict his air. And then it would be against his constitution to see how long it takes before he runs out of air.
Oh, okay, so not viable.
Then
I'm just gonna take my dagger and I'm just gonna stab him in the forehead with it.
Okay.
Blade down from the wrist. I'm brutal. I should have just been a paladin. Why am I even a bard at this point? There's no reason.
This one does have a lot of health. So a rapier attack might be most optimal, but
I want to stab him in the forehead.
go ahead.
It's
Roll to hit.
if he survives this, he's gonna be traumatized from the new blade stuck in his forehead. Okay. A 13. Does that hit?
It does hit. Go ahead and
Okay.
roll damage.
Okay, he takes 4 damage.
You don't manage a full stab into the forehead, but you do manage to slash down the forehead, piercing into one of the eyes, causing it to sputter and goo. And you do deal some decent damage. It is then Werder's turn. Would you like to redeem yourself by trying a new longsword attack? Max?
Huh? Hold on. Fuck. Happy.
You fall asleep at your computer.
Yes, I did.
Good news, you're alive, and
And it's your turn.
and you're fighting a fish dude.
Oh boy.
Roll to
I'm
hit.
rolling D20, I guess, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I love when he's more awake when he wakes up at his computer than before he fell asleep.
Some rest is better than no rest.
Yeah, a
Well-
whole 10 minutes.
12 plus 2, that's 14.
14, that'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage. You know what it was? He fell asleep during the break. He actually got like 30 minutes of sleep right there.
No, it wasn't. You weren't
That's
going
a good
for
point.
30.
I know. But I mean, between then and then the combat.
Well, the blood's rushing to my head now, so I'm.
Don't pass out.
Gosh.
See, if I were the DM, I would have been like, okay, you're gonna roll with disadvantage because you fell asleep mid-game. Teach you a lesson.
It's the first session. If I'm
I
teaching
know, I
anyone a
know.
lesson, it's Zoltar, by teaching him how mortality works. Kaz
Look.
immediately goes quiet.
These fish people, got nothing on me.
Metal buttons. How much damage did you get, Warder?
How much damage should I get? Let's see here. Or that's a D8 or that's a D10, right?
A D10.
I got a 7, so that would be 9.
9.
Or 10, 2 plus, yeah.
Where Zoltar failed with the dagger, you managed to swing in a clean cleave down and just kind of split into the skull of the final Shogun, killing it.
Wow, okay.
Combat is over.
Talk about a mind-splitting headache.
Ha ha ha,
Oh,
har
God.
har, hoo ha hoo
Har
yee.
har.
Yes, Har, that's you.
Happy kobold noises.
Gives head pats to Har.
Har is looking at his is looking around the area a bit and
Make a religion check.
yeah, looks up and sees the big statue that this was all taking place at and what he accidentally crashed into while trying to swing at one of the Saga. Let's see, roll d20. His religion is there, 18.
18. Okay, you get some good information out of this. So, judging by the statue in the original make, it looks like this was once a very large shrine to the nature god Calamor. It was probably a place that sailors made offerings for safe passage and, the general, things to kind of wish for calm seas. However, based upon the sort of seaweed altar that has been erected over it, the bone sculpture of a sort of leviathan head, and the cracks and glowing red crystals in the altar, it looks like the Shogun erected a sort of profane altar over it, seeing how it is unkempt, to some sort of leviathan god. And through their many sacrifices and offerings, they have begun to kind of corrupt the statue. And it has just become solely this sort of altar to whatever dark god they follow.
RC. Oh, yeah.
Order might recognize this stone a little bit as something Barius talked about once, but you don't really remember much detail about it. You'd have to ask him about it at another point.
Okay. R sees this. Goes, Fish change altar.
Huh?
This no look good. This once shrine to nature god, but fish change corrupt.
So you're telling me that the fish people are using this altar to pray to their god instead of its original?
It looks like that. And Har kind of looks around. You said they've been playing crystals and stuff. What?
Well, there's crystals growing out of the statue. There are some offerings if you'd like to look through what's on the altar.
Let's see. Yeah, Har is up for looking at the altar. Also, they mentioned they were stabbing a body, so that's also pretty important too.
Yeah, it looks to be some sort of drowned sailor.
Uh,
The kind that would wash up on shore after a shipwreck.
Har will take a look at the sailor.
Yeah, you caught them mid sort of sacrifice / offering of the sailor's body. He's blue skinned and gone, and he's been stripped of any items that were really on him. But you can see on the altar itself there is at least 15 len, as well as a number of small little baubles and trinkets that look to be crafted by the fish people to give as offerings. Like little figurines made of fish bone and stuff like that.
Fish leave offering and some money.
Knowing them, the money was probably less about offering money and more about like, hey, precious shiny metal object.
Shiny. Len.
Go ahead and take it all. I
Wait.
don't have a use for it.
And of course, len are silver for chat.
Shiny silver. Har takes the silver
Which
and
that is equal to 150 rock candies.
that's a lot of rock candy.
All in a day's fishing?
You're gonna get fat. No.
Har is going to take the silver, so the shiny silvers, and well, he was going to hand them some to Wartor and Zoltar, but Zoltar is declining them.
Sorry, I spaced out for a sec.
So there's you said there was 14
15.
15. There's 15 silver pieces basically, and Har is going to give some silver to Zoltar and Wartor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and amongst the three of us,
Thank
it'd
you.
be 5 silver shiny, and he hands 5 to Wartor and 5 to Zoltar.
Thanks, little guy.
Yeah, so all of you can add 5 len to your inventory.
Hell yeah, now we got silver.
Anything
5
else you guys
len.
are trying to do around here?
There we go. Let's see. You mentioned that the body didn't really have anything on it, and
Correct.
you also mentioned that this altar seems to be having been corrupted in some way or changed.
Yes.
Let's see. Har is kind of unsettled by what's happened to this altar. Can he make an attempt to like? Do the crystals appear to be removable, or is it just or is it just kind
They
of?
look like if
too
you
late?
wanted to take the time to try to pry them out, you probably could. They're like growths. So what you got with your religion roll is that they've sort of corrupted this altar, and as they've been making offerings to their god through it, these crystals have grown as a sort of condensed, corrupt energy.
Har will, while looking through, Har's thinking about this. What is the other things on there? You mentioned there's like little bone trinkets
There's
and
little
stuff.
like shiny baubles and trinkets, yeah, that appear to have been kind of handcrafted offerings.
Shiny baubles and trinkets. Har will probably leave those. Well, what's a bauble? Is that like a?
Bauble, trinket, they're all the same thing.
Oh, okay, just like little
Little
things.
objects, yeah.
Little objects made of bone and stuff.
Different like shiny
Um,
objects, polished shells, things like that.
Okay. Har will leave leave those there. Har will look up towards the altar and he'll attempt to clear what corruption he can from it.
Okay. And how are you going to do that? Just as some flavor, some description here, so we can get an idea of what you're gonna do.
Har, if he had, ideally, if he saw this, he would try and break the crystals with a pick, but he doesn't currently have a pick on him right now, so he's going to try and pry away at it with like the base of his mace, probably to try and like chip away at them to clean up what corruption has been growing on this altar.
Make a strength check.
Strength check. Okay. Go. Strength. D20. Stop rolling off the die. 13 plus 3, 16.
16? Okay.
Yes.
Using your mace, you do manage to smash a bunch of the crystal off and kind of clean it up. But you do notice that once they've fallen off, there are still glowing chunks of red crystal just in the sand. And you hear a voice, a familiar one. And you kind of close your eyes for a moment, and you can almost see that lady, like in your dream. And she tells you that you should hang on to them because they could make something very pretty.
Har remembers this lady and his previous interaction with her, and looks at his hand that has a mark that has the mark that is left from the previous interaction. And he looks at the altar and what's happened with it, and he feels...
And that mark oddly seems to grow kind of warm in the presence of these crystals.
And Har kind of stares at this, and he feels a temptation to do so, but seeing what's happened with the altar and the unsettling feeling he's had with it, he decides to not take them.
Okay.
Uncharacteristically, he does not like the feeling he's getting from these crystals and what's happened with this altar.
Okay. So are you guys going to proceed on
He
it? Or is there anything
feels
else you're
more
looking for
hesitant
there?
about interactions with this being. Let's see. Is there anything on you said the body, there isn't anything left on him. Is there any identifying thing on him?
He's got some sailor tattoos, if you would like to kind of like look at those and kind of memorize them. But there is no sort of name or anything like that on him.
Okay. Har will kind of just try and note of what the tattoos look like.
Okay. And then you guys are proceeding onwards?
I'm up for proceeding. What I guess we could look for. And after that, Har would. Let's see. Har will turn to Zoltar. Zoltar.
Yes.
Does Zoltar sustain damage in fight?
A little. I'm okay for the most part.
Okay. Har, considering healing.
If you have the strength and time, I wouldn't be against it.
And Har looks at his own wound that he sustained in battles, like, maybe Har should take care of self first, and then...
I can take care of that for you.
Huh?
Yeah, I can cure wounds.
Oh, Har will appreciate.
Zoltar would kneel before Har,
Kneel
leaning
before
forward.
Har.
Before placing both hands on Har's shoulders. Let's see here. 1d8 plus 3. Nine.
That's the name of episode 2.
What?
Kneel before Har.
Fair enough. And that'll be one of my 2 slots.
Okay. And you get 9 hit points, I believe, right?
Yep.
In doing this, Har notices the little damage that Zoltar has taken during the fight, and decides that he'll also patch up Zoltar a little bit. Might as well, since there's some free time,
Yeah, so
and he
for
takes
you
out
cast
the
Mending,
lodestone.
and with how much damage Zoltar has taken, Zoltar easily goes back to full.
Okay. Good as new.
All the 3 of us make a great team.
So far, so good.
Well, 4 of us. Sorry, Gits.
Well, you know what they say, a triangle is the strongest shape. Just kidding, that's not true. Soon enough it's going to be a pentagon. If you still count Gix. But...
Gix
you
did
guys-
good job.
Do you give the lizard a treat?
After mending with everyone getting hurt and mending and taking a look at stuff, Har will look towards the cage Gix is currently in, and he'll reach in. How much treats we didn't go over how much treats we start with. or
You
anything.
have none,
I
traditionally.
have none.
But you have candy, and you have chocolate.
Oh,
Candy and chocolate.
I have 1 day's worth of rations.
That is basically like jerky and dry, like military ration bread.
Yeah, we
I'm
can
not
give
sure
some
if we-
bread to Gits.
It doesn't
sure if
sound
we
like a
have-
treat to Gix.
I'm not sure if we have any good food for Gix right now.
You have candy
Oh.
and chocolate.
I don't.
I haven't eaten my chocolate. I hung on to that. I only ate the part of the crystal rock.
Har need buy treat for Gix.
Or, hear me out, Har. The chocolate you gave me earlier, I didn't eat. I was too fascinated with the rock candy. We can give the chocolate to Gits if that's cool.
Har never seen this food before. Don't know if lizard should eat.
Do you know what do you know what Gits eats?
So far, Gix eat lizard food. I don't know if this okay for Gix.
Okay, fair enough. What is in lizard food?
Lizards like to eat like a variety of certain things. Like I don't know about shocker lizards if there's any specific things they enjoy eating, but
Electric fireflies. I don't know.
but there's certain things they enjoy
we
eating.
can't
They-
put. We can't
So
put
apparently,
fireflies in the game.
apparently geckos are known to snack on cocoa beans. So you're not supposed to feed a gecko, modern chocolate that we would have because of all the additives. It's poisonous. But the chocolate you would have, being like homemade medieval true chocolate, would not be harmful to the gecko.
Would Har be able to tell? Maybe I should do a roll and what do you think?
Make an intelligence roll.
Alright, here we go. Making a roll. Har is going to examine the chocolate and try to ascertain whether it'd be good for Gix to eat or not, based on what he's seen geckos eat. Because this food he's not familiar with. You sure he would probably like it, but he doesn't know about Gix. You said intelligence?
Yes.
16.
16.
It's not harmful to them. It's not necessarily the healthiest thing, but they do like it. So it would be positive reaffirmation.
Maybe this would make good treat. Zoltar will take. I don't know how much chocolates we have. One because I divided it.
bowl of
One.
chocolate.
Tiny little chocolate tablets.
So Har will take one of the chocolate tablets, be like, Gix do good, and then hand one of the chocolate tablets to Gix.
And Gex takes it in his tiny little blue gecko hands and nibbles on it. And
Nom
eats the
nom
whole
nom nom
piece.
nom.
And you can go ahead and note down that Gix is gaining an affinity for a trick to electrify a wet area.
Okay. Gix extra. Can I make a list note on? Oh, maybe I can just write down my notes for now.
Wherever you prefer.
All right, here we go. All good.
And now you guys begin to head onwards again down the beach. You had for one final hour before you spot through the fog the massive, haunting wreckage of a ship, broken inwards at its center, the front half sticking partially out of the water and the back half stuck up on the beach. The center collapsed in and rubble spread everywhere.
This could be ship.
You can see a large plaque on the side of the ship which reads "The Sunken Squalor."
Yep, that's our ship.
Huh?
We found ship.
Indeed we did. I'm gonna go into the captain's quarters and take a look around.
First, you have to approach the ship.
Oh, yeah.
Time to look for box.
And the first thing you notice as you're walking towards the ship is where there is the massive separation of collapsed middle section and then the intact back section. That line down the back, you can see massive serrated holes. Like teeth marks in the wood.
Oh,
Giant termites.
No, not the giant termites.
Har stares at the wreckage.
Har, make a perception check.
Okay. Let's see. D20. Yes, that's a D20. It's so dark in this room. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's not very good. 8.
8. So you only notice two things. One, next to you, embedded in the ship, is a massive tooth. It is at least 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, like that of a snake. And you also see the shiny glint of a platinum box deep in the rubble. You see just the corner from here, as there is a large stack of rubble kind of in an arc up in front of you, blocking your view.
Harsey shiny. Next to big tooth.
Wait, big tooth?
Big tooth, and Har points in the direction of the big, what appears to be a giant tooth sticking out of the side of the ship, and where he believes the silver box, maybe.
Something about this doesn't feel right.
That big tooth. That no good.
1 second.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
welcome
someone
back.
was dropping something off to me.
Well, we grab box and head back, right?
Yeah, but I'm getting the feeling something's still here.
Well, if big thing attacks ship, that probably happened on water. Very big tooth, though. And Har looks up at the tooth, and it's
Can
definitely way bigger than he could possibly.
Can I
Like,
do a quick search of the like just a quick glance of the surroundings of the ship and not the
Yeah.
ship itself?
Make a perception check.
Okay. My perception is +4. Okay. Nine.
Instead of focusing at the ship, you kind of try to take in the surrounding waters and beach and search for any hidden prevalent dangers there. And it seems the coast is clear.
Okay.
Har, you do note that that little corner of the platinum box you can see, it does seem to be moving a little bit.
box move.
Did you just say the box is moving?
Box move.
Not in a
Hard thing?
direction as much as it is moving in angle, kind of like up and down.
I ready my rapier and slowly approach the box.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. Stealth is +2. Perfect. Dirty 20.
Okay. Ooh, okay. You draw your rapier and you creep around the corner, and you are immediately greeted with the full view that Har did not have. There is a figure in a heavy black cloak, turned away from you, that is holding the box. A humanoid, by the way, to be clear, that is holding the box. They have some sort of medallion in their hand that they're trying to fit into the latch of the box. And it doesn't seem to be working. You can see some sort of big silver ring on their hand. And as you turn the corner and meet a gaze with the back of their head, they turn, startled. It appears they were able to roll high enough to hear you. And they bolt.
They just flee?
They bolt. With the box in hand. Make a perception check.
Okay. Uh... 23 total.
23. Okay, that is high enough to note a number of things. First of all,
Heck yeah.
they don't have a fog fire lantern on them, like you do, to keep the fog at bay. But they do have around their neck, kind of floating an inch off of their chest, some sort of glowing purple stone on a cord. And you think that is possibly what is keeping the fog at bay from damaging them. You note that their silver ring is a signet ring. And the image you make out on the ring is an eye with possibly like clouds or weird fog detail around it. And then at the center is some sort of star shape. And you note that while they bolt holding the box around the side of the ship outside of your view at a very impressive speed, they do accidentally drop the medallion they had in their hand.
The one keeping the fog at bay.
No, the one they were trying to use to open the chest.
Okay.
What Zoltar find? Because Har was like kind of It wasn't directly in front of Zoltar, because Zoltar is leading, and
Yeah.
he turns the corner and sees this. So Har has not seen what's happened.
Well, some muckers ran off with our precious box, but I think they might have left the key behind to the box. So one way or another, they're gonna have to come back.
And then Har turns the corner to try and get a look at them while they're running away.
And you don't manage to catch them, but what you do catch is this shiny little medallion you see in the rubble. You're not sure what it's there from, but there is what looks to be from here a very interesting trinket in the middle of the rubble of the ship.
Ah, that shiny person must be fast. Har no see. And how far is this medallion away from us? Is it just like
maybe
nearby?
15, 20 feet away from you?
Yeah.
Let's get medallion. Let's get shiny.
Ships aren't ultra wide. So yeah, if Har, you want to run and grab that medallion.
Yeah, Har will make his way towards it. Of course, while still being within range of Zoltar is.
What you pick up is an amulet on a tight leather cord. And the amulet itself is octagonal in shape, maybe a couple millimeters thick. And it is made of some sort of kind of marble or ivory with platinum coating around the edges and sigils and weird symbol-like clockwork built into it. Like, it is this very intricate mastercraft amulet. But I want you to make an intelligence check and add your proficiency bonus to that.
Intelligence check with proficiency bonus. On top of the intelligence modifier, or just the
Yes,
proficiency?
on top of it.
Okay. D20. Let's see. 13.
13. As yourself a master craftsman, or at least so you'd like to think, you notice some glaring details in the amulet. Some of the little, like, platinum filigree is just a little bit off from what would be natural. There's a couple fractures in the stone and some other smaller things that gives you the idea that this kind of looks like some sort of cast replica. Like someone is trying to recreate an item and isn't quite getting the recipe right yet.
Someone try make. Har is looking at this while walking towards Ortor and Zoltar. Looked like someone tried make whatever this supposed to be. Not quite got there.
Zoltar,
Yes.
make your own perception check again.
Okay. 13 total.
13. You notice one other tiny detail that you mayhaps would have missed. Slightly buried underneath a bit of rubble, on the surviving end of the ship, where there's actually wood floor to the hull, you see sticking out of some rubble, on the ground, kind of partially hidden, what looks to be some sort of black paint on the wood.
Har hears.
Is the black paint just in that particular spot?
Would you like to uncover the wood and try to see?
Absolutely. I'm going to take the spear and stab the wood.
Well, I mean, like, move the debris over.
Oh, it's debris. I thought it was just part of the floor that was painted.
No, it is. There is painting.
Oh, okay.
There's paint on the floor, and then there's debris that has fallen over it that you'll have to clear to see the whole
Okay.
picture.
Yes, then. Let's move that debris.
Okay. You move debris over, and what you find is a large 15 by 15 foot, though damaged, painted sigil on the ground. On the hull of the ship. Like on the bottom deck. And you can see not too far scattered, like a bronze bowl that's turned upside down, and some stains of wax on parts of the sigil. It looks like there was a ritual done here while the ship was still intact.
Hey, Har.
Huh?
Can you come over here for a second?
Har on way. And Har makes his way over to the ship's hull.
Does this sigil remind you of anything?
And Har stares at the sigil.
Make an Arcana check, Har.
Kinda.
Zoltar, if you'd like to give him advantage on that, you can.
Yeah.
Funny thing... Oh, actually, never mind, you don't have it. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I was going to say Bardic Inspiration, but you don't have it.
You said I have advantage?
You have advantage, Zoltar is helping.
Okay, so roll the other one. Uh, 10.
With advantage?
Yes, I rolled a 9 and a 3.
Oh god, would you like to use guidance on yourself?
Oh yeah, I
Can-
forgot. We have.
I don't have
That's a.
profession in it. Can I do it?
I forgot.
You assisted.
I forgot. That's a. What is that called again? It's a.
Guidance is
It's
a cantrip.
Oh yeah. Do I have? I do not have guidance.
You don't have it? You didn't take it?
I took mending, spare the dying, and thaumaturgy.
Ooh, you didn't take it. Okay, a 10. The most you get from...
Oh
the
wait,
sigil-
did you say identify?
No, but you can cast Identify.
Oh, yeah, identify is always prepared.
If you would like to try to cast Identify on the sigil, you can.
Yeah. Har, wondering what this thing is, will. And he takes out his pearl and owl feather and spends a minute preparing to try and figure out what this, some of the properties of this sigil.
Okay, so Zoltar,
He's
you watch
going-
as Har takes out this decently sized pearl in this owl feather, and as he touches the owl feather down on the pearl in his hand, the pearl turns to powder under the feather. And then he uses the feather to cast the powdered pearl over the sigil and concentrates, and that powder just kind of floats there in a glowing circle for a second before it burns away. And Har, you instantly gain a slight understanding of the sigil. And you look at the damage to the ship, and the tooth in the side of the ship, and the sigil. You consider the fact that they were carrying kind of a holy relic on board, and somebody seems to want access to that maybe shouldn't have access to it. And you get the idea that this sigil was used by someone to either conjure or call forth the creature that did this to the ship. It appears someone sabotaged the ship.
So Har, while while concentrating and is coming to these realizations. Says aloud, "Ship sabotage. Symbol, summon, whatever, attack ship."
Zoltar would cross his arms, putting one leg over the other, leaning up against the ship wall, before stating, "Sounds like these fish people or whatever are trying to summon whoever they work for and try and take over the land. We should probably tell whatever that lady's name was again."
The other idea you get with identifying the circle, whoever did this was quite refined in their abilities. It doesn't have the sort of crudeness of a fish person shaman, as much as it seems like someone who was a little bit artistic in their work. They went at it with expertise, and they knew quite well what they were doing.
So Har, looking at this, hears Zoltar's speculation on what could have happened. He says, "No, this no fish people work. Someone else do this. Out on sea."
I thought you were about to say it was the gnomes.
It was the no.
Oh no.
Just immediately turn toward her. You
No.
die!
No.
Oh no.
God damn. But Har thinks wants to communicate that he thinks something else is up, and he doesn't know what. But Har agree. We should head back.
I have an idea. Before we head back, Har, what do you have at your disposal right now?
Legs.
What Har have Gix. Har have rock candy snack. Har have.
I'm thinking more trap-wise. You said something a while ago about making things. Do you think we could set up a trap of some sort? In case those idiots come back?
Har no have much material. Most Har have is rope and
I'll give you
whatever
a little bit of
lying
help
around.
here as a good first session hoorah, because I think you missed this part, Kaz.
I probably
You remember
did.
the description I gave you of the image that was on the signet ring?
I wrote it
don't
down.
remember. Sorry.
It was an eye surrounded by like fog or clouds with a star in the center of
Yep.
the eye, like in the pupil.
Oh
It's the
shit!
same.
Didn't we see that same symbol back in town?
It's similar, a little bit different. There was a guild, which had a lot of like spell components and treasures that were dug up from outside of the city. They introduced themselves to Har as the Sychor Exploration and Enlightenment Registry. And they told Har that if they ever wanted to go on expeditions and recover relics and stuff like that, that they should go to them in Temperance Row. Now, their symbols, their banner, shared the eye surrounded by the fog, but the banner you saw did not have the star in the pupil. The 5-pointed star.
And Zoltar saw the signet ring because Har didn't get a look at the.
Right, Har saw the banner, and Zoltar saw the banner and the signet ring.
We definitely should head back then. Maybe talk to someone from the guild and ask around if they know what that symbol means.
Guild symbol. What? What?
Oh, yes,
symbol
sorry.
guild?
There was one of the man who ran away with our box had this ring on it. similar toward the one with the guild. Except theirs is pretty much a pretty much a direct copy, except they have a pentagram on like the background. Pretty much the same symbol, except just one element that's different. That someone in the guild might know.
Which symbol?
The eye, the fog.
One with jar on table I talked to.
Yeah, that guy.
Har agree. Should head back.
In Hard's mind, Hard's just like, I knew they wouldn't sell me the spell components for a reason. Dirty gnomes.
I'm thinking.
Wasn't even a gnome that was behind.
Oh,
It
no,
wasn't
not
just
at
a
all.
regular dude.
I'm thinking we return this. I'm thinking we return what we recovered here back to what's her face, and then go talk to that old man.
Har agree.
With
Har could use
ideas
rests.
of returning to town and meeting up with Mother Taraya, as well as possibly investigating into this new suspicious guild, we will end the session.
Hey, we did it.
Nice.
We didn't die.
I
Surprisingly.
hope you guys enjoyed this wonderful first session and stream. I hope you enjoyed standing by to watch it. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see you all Monday.
GG.
Of course, this will be on YouTube, hopefully by Monday as well. Until then, though, have a wonderful night, and bye-bye!